This leader is provided to permit the projectionist to complete adjustment of focus and sound level before the film begins.
Check 1 2, mic check. Happy Monday morning. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Debt ceiling talks back on again. Hope everybody had a great weekend out there. Hang tight there for just a second. All right. You can roll that over there. Monday morning, nice day to let the market open up. I almost came on late this morning. Well, I had some technical difficulties in the background. No meetings, but the second reason would be to just let us open up on Monday morning, have some supply down below, some demand down below, some supply above, kind of ping-ponging around here. See if you're a couple things I got to do in the background here. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Happy birthday, Winky. Good to see you, brother. Winky had a birthday over the weekend. We're gonna so as of Friday, just a few notes here for the market this morning. Well, let me turn that back on. Our news feed going for you this morning. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, we'll bring this one up here. So just for the open this morning, you can see over the weekend, I left up these two little marks here. We talked about this yesterday on Friday. I think on Friday's stream, I said to you, it would not surprise me to see us come up and sell off into today to the downside. And that this channel right here, I put this channel in for you on Friday, and what I was looking for was into the minutes, some debt ceiling weakness coming into this Wednesday here. Not only weakness, but I like the idea of consolidation. I like the idea of consolidation taking time. Off this open, it doesn't look like that, right? It looks like, so I'm going to delete this right now, but you'll at least get the gist of it for today, right? And that's what we did through the weekend. So all the videos that were made over the weekend, all the craziness that was out there over the weekend again, you know, what did it take us, 5 minutes to go through this on Friday? And so we're right where we should be. We know where real sell side is, right? That's part of that conversation. So just up here, we knew that real sell side is somewhere up in here, right? Where the smart sellers are. You saw them step in again this morning, right? Wham, right here. They're sitting right there. They were sitting right here. You know, we got the young gym bros, and then we've got the old gym bros up here, right? The smart sellers are sitting above, waiting to step in when it's appropriate, right? So we're in this same appropriate place right here. Where my cursor is right here. A node to the GOAT. Right here is where they're stepping in before we even get to the open this morning. It's 9:20. We got 10 minutes till the open. They're parked right here. Right in pre-market. They want to send this back down. We know we'll make a trip higher to close the gap from Friday. This is what the bulls want, right? To get above and into that 420 and start trading that 420 to 430 zone. And sell side wants nothing more than to trap a bull on a Monday morning, send it lower. There's people out there, there are professionals out there that they want nothing better than to go back to like 360. They missed the run in May. They missed the run in October. They missed the run in December. They missed the fucking run in March. And now they want back in again all of a sudden. Move the goalposts. No more 2,800. No more 1,600. No more 3,200. No more 3,300. We'll take 3,600. Can we get a buy-in, please? We didn't chase, and now we want in. And they don't want to get left behind, right? We go back up here to this 420. They'll be chasing 420 to 430. Now, something that has come up over the weekend is this hourly trigger time has passed. It was down here on Friday. And it's do up here now on a Monday. The daily trigger is way on down, right? Way down here. 411.52. There is a critical thing to tell you this morning. We're going to look at something special this morning. Give me just a second here. And I made a post this morning on FinTwit saying bulls are choosing violence this morning. Excuse me. And they are. They're choosing violence. Bulls are like, heck no. Now let's look at a few things here. Okay, let's get our senses about us this morning. Normally, well, we got a check down here this morning, right? So let's hold on a second here. Bulls came down, or he broke above the hourly trigger. Bulls came up, right? 1, 2, kiss trade, blast off, came back down. Been kind of like bubbling around up on this. We're trading above the hourly trigger. That's important. But just right here. Just stepping around here. 1, 2, 3. If price can stay above 418.36, the move is higher. We're going to check it in cash market, likely on the opening bell this morning. 418.37. Keep your eye on it. You don't want to get caught in here. If you're a bull or a bear, you want to get some kind of a resolution trade up or down. That would be a blast below. 1, 2, we head down. Slam on it once or twice. We head up. Plenty of time for us to check on this. This is a major cluster, right? 1 minute, 5 minute, and the hourly trigger. One note here, though, is we're just coming off of this hourly bullishness. I always like to buy these hourly triggers when velocity is pretty bearish. Like where I'm drawing down here in the bottom right-hand side, I love to see velocity -25, -50, and we're bouncing on it. Not seeing that this morning. Not seeing it this morning. Does that mean we can't go up from here? No. Bulls are trying right off the morning. They're just like, nope, we're buying calls. We're going higher. If it does bounce and resolve to the upside and we just start ramping again, we go up to +50 on hourly velocity. I'm down with it. I'll trade it with you. But otherwise, this morning, here's that hourly trigger right here. You want to let the morning open up. We've got some kind of a bear plane forming here in the open this morning. We got 5 minutes left until the open right now. It being the beginning of the week, knowing these sellers stepped in above here, I recommend that you let it open up. I recommend that you don't buy puts, you don't buy calls here. You see what the resolution is right in here. It's 418.38, right down in here. See this little, you got bears out there probably like, yeah, we're going down right here. Here's your bear flag right here. We're going to trap all these bulls. I can get on that, down on that right there. Price comes down here. That's what I'd like to see. Price come down. Tell us if the way is up. The bull's going to step in. We're going to buy 0 dates on a Monday and just rip faces off. Fuck your velocity. Fuck everything. We're going higher. And we also have debt ceiling talks. On again, off again, all that other nonsense. I see some people out there, they're like, 430 is not worth it. We would rather go down to 360. There's more money there in 360. Trying to come up with trades for that. Same as before. I told you guys this last week. I've been nonstop on this for a month, maybe longer. And that's where you just get yourself a ratio spread, a putback spread. They're so easy. But this is all about debt ceiling, too. If we go down major on debt ceiling, you're going to print like a printer. If we resolve the debt ceiling and slam up 50 or 100 points, you're going to come out on top and make money or be flat. What you're not going to do is get torched, close your FinTwit account, and say, I'll come back next month. We've talked about that stuff ad nauseum at this point. There's no reason for you out there not to have or taking a concept. We can sit and pontificate all day long about, I don't know, so I see I was reading the mainstream news stories over the weekend. I try to read, believe it or not, I try to read CNN because whether you like CNN or not, I don't care. I care what they're feeding Main Street USA. And they're telling Main Street USA if debt ceiling resolves, the stock market won't crash. They're not telling people out there, hey, your 401ks are fucked if the debt ceiling is solved. I'm going to assume that they have some intelligent people out there that are like, that are on these news, like on the New York Times and Washington Post. I don't care if it's Fox News. I don't care what you watch. But they're not telling people out there, regardless, the stock market's going to crash. They're just not doing it. So just on that, just basing it upon that, if there's a debt ceiling resolution, I am going to expect the market to go up, even if it's only an initial reaction. Like you go up on that, on the debt ceiling being solved, the stock market, because what they're telling people is stock market will crash if we don't get a resolution. If we do get a resolution, your 401ks are safe. Can we get the squeeze higher on that news and then roll over? Sure. But I would expect the initial reaction off a resolution to be higher, even if we get a rollover. You know, you go higher, you get the rollover. Main Street, Bob doesn't know any better. You know, you go up 50 points or 100 points, and then they roll it over, and their 401ks look the same. You're going to appease the market, the collapse bears at the same time if we roll over and burn off 200 or 300 points, sell in May for June or something like that. But they're not saying that. I want you to know that they're not telling, like, Main Street Bob that they're getting a market crash regardless. Because if you talk to a collapse bear, it's like, if it resolves, it's collapse. If it doesn't resolve, it's collapse. If it's kicked the can down the road, it's collapse. It's a collapse, 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 and just nonstop. Just straight up nonstop, never ending. So, if there isn't a resolution, can we have a market collapse? Sure, but we're not collapsing the market until the last minute either. They're not gonna like just crash market just for the hell of it. Yeah, we're just gonna crash stock market, pre-crash it, that kind of stuff doesn't happen. If you're trying to get not to get caught in that, if you're long the underlying in some way, if you're like, hey, I'm long the stock market with $5 million or something, you should already know at that point how to hedge your own money. You should have no problems hedging that, or you exit the stock market until this major crisis is averted. You know, they present themselves. You ever notice that how they present themselves? Every month, right? Every 3 months, there's a major crisis where everything is going to go to hell in a handbasket. Can we? Sure. Do we? We do. Every 1-3 years, we have some major market calamity. You can just step aside. You can put a hedge on. You can remove your money from the market if you need to. You've already made it. If you're a bull out there and you bought in October or December, you can just step aside for the next couple weeks. You don't even have to get involved. If you're a trader, you can just wait until this resolves itself. You don't have to have a position up or a position down. You might be, I can't figure out put back spreads. You just step aside, man. It's almost summertime. People take vacations. We're also coming into Memorial Day weekend. Market should quiet down. Whole bunch of opportunities for you out there to hang tight here. To let the market resolve itself. Give me just a second here, get something background I gotta do. And, a good friend of mine, Joe Donut, said something to me once too. He was like, if we're gonna go to Mad Max, you should go long.
US natural gas futures extended losses.
There's no reason not to go long. Squeezing higher off the open this morning. Not even waiting for the hourly trigger.
So commentary on the wires note US natural gas futures are dropping, erasing some of last week's gains as weather forecasts shift to cooler, signaling less power demand than previously expected. So gas for June deliveries slumped by around 4.4% as of this morning.
Coming up to hit the pre-market high at 419.25. Blasting right through it, trading 419.36, squeezing even higher now. Trading 419.44, chasing the gap above from Friday, excuse me. Right there.
So seeing that Iran sets the light oil crude price to Asia at plus $2.60 per barrel from June.
Just squeezing them out. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? White House debt limit negotiating team has arrived at the Capitol. Bullard saying this morning a debt default would lead to higher U.S. borrowing costs. He also says I'm not anticipating changes to QT at any time. GOP Representative McHenry saying last night's debt ceiling talks were productive. McHenry also saying obstacles to the deal, but people are working in good faith. All positive.
So following the open here, did you see a spike up in US indexes? So the S&P 500 up around spot 4% now. No evident news catalyst for this. We are just keeping our eyes out just in case, though.
Bullard saying that he expects 2 more rate hikes this year. Let me know in the chat if you think we're going to get a summer June hike or not. Do you think Matt? Do you think that the debt ceiling crisis will impact whether we get a rate hike or not? Just ramming 420 right now. 20,000 calls on 420Cs. Got a speed bump here. Just look down there. Bunch of bull plane signals in the background on TradingView. Do you think that, I guess a bunch of questions for you this morning. Do you think that the debt ceiling is solved? Do you think they keep kicking the can down until the last day? Do they wait until mid-June? Do they wait until June 1st? Morning, everybody. How y'all doing out there? Yeah, Nick is saying this morning that if R's Cave McCarthy be removed as speaker. From historically, you guys know that if the debt ceiling is not resolved, right, they fire every single, mark my words, or historically at least, every single politician that was an elected representative that had to do with that. Historically, at least, they all are removed from office. The actual voters don't forget that. There's a weirdness to this. You can kind of tell people who have money and people who don't have money. people with money care greatly about this being resolved. Whether they're Republican or Democrat doesn't matter. Oftentimes, it's just a matter of money. This is a shitty thing to say, but now trading back to 420. Congratulations, Bulls! Woohoo! Trading 420.20 right now. 420C is going burr. Oh boy. You know, if you have money, right? It's a fascinating phenomenon that takes place. That this is to Nick's point. So historically, when this let's say we didn't reach an agreement like 2011, all those people get removed. They clean them all out. It's fascinating too because if you're a major taxpayer, if you're making six figures right now in today's day, you're making six figures. You got a house, you got kids, you're wrapped into the system. No matter what your political affiliation is, there's this old saying called it's taxes dummy or something. These people go right into the election booth and they'll talk to their husbands, their wives, their buddies, their friends, and secretly it's always about money. They'll be like, I'm pro-life or I'm pro-abortion, whatever the fuck it is you are. But then they get in there and all they think about is one thing, and that's what they're paying. Like ultimately their taxes and then the value of their homes, whether they're right or wrong, doesn't matter. But they go in there and they go wham. They pull that lever. And if you hurt them while you're in office, like in a major way, they're going to pull that lever again and get rid of you. Historically, at least, that's been the truth. So like if we had the burning tires in New York situation where we didn't have a deal and you're like, yeah, I want to do this. Yeah, rawr, pitchforks, torches. And then it actually happens and you lose everything. For whatever reason, you go back to the poll and you're like, you know what? I'm getting rid of that guy. He didn't tell me I was going to get hurt. He told me I wouldn't get hurt. He told me we needed this to come down, that to come down. He told me the pores were fucked and not me, but I didn't realize I was part of the pores. Damn, 420.31. Squeezing higher on hopes that the debt ceiling will be solved. Looks like rear view mirror right now. It's probably just a squeeze for better liquidity to short the market, I guess, if you're looking at it that way. Woo! Let's look up higher. There's that 440 up there. There's that 425 up there. Look at me, Mom, sitting up here. Top of the world again. Spoos trading 420.39 on the open.
So from a CNN reporter on Twitter, the White House officials and House Speaker McCarthy staff are resuming the debt ceiling talks now. So also according to Punchbowl, the Biden and McCarthy meeting will be around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, it was previously to be determined. Seeing reports from Punchbowl now that Biden and McCarthy's meeting will be around 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Just a second here, get something to do in the background. Biden-McCarthy meeting will be around 4:30 p.m. today. Natty gas down. Shares of U.S. chip makers down after China's Micron ban. Pin strike at 420.39. Bulls looking to hold 419.54. Gap from Monday is now closed. Or scene of the crime is now closed for Monday. We'll talk about NVDA. Let me see. NVDA reports Wednesday after hours. Do you think it's going to pop or flop? Let's take a look at it right now. Take a look. NVDA. NVDA. Currently on NVDA. It's trading below its hourly trigger this morning. It's at so its hourly trigger is at 310.97. I have a price target down below for NVDA of 286.52. Hourly velocity has turned slightly negative. It's at a top on its daily velocity. I don't actually know that we get that low. I'd do a price check on it at 290 flats. 290. Price target down below 290 on NVDA. Where are we at? Right there. Yeah, good morning out there. Good morning, Matthew. How are you?
Guild sale results.
Tesla. Yeah, the thing about Tesla is I showed you guys Q1 on Tesla. You know, that wasn't you and I buying it. Look at Tesla real quick. It was the largest inflows in a Tesla in... Oh, yeah, baby. This is Tesla right here. Q1 had the largest inflows into Tesla that people were like, yesterday everybody's like, liquidity means everything. And I'm like, and then I remember I got yelled at a few weeks ago. People were like, there's no liquidity in this market. I was like, yes, there is. It's like, they've been buying it since Q1, but specifically to Tesla's, to the point to Tesla here. Tesla coming up to its weekly at 185.61. I want you to know to expect sellers to come in here. Okay? Your job is not on Tesla. Your job is to get in there, right? Trade it, take your money and run. Let the Autobots do the rest for you here. And then you pick it back up again above. Does that make sense? So can Tesla squeeze higher here? Absolutely. This is a place where sellers will come in. I assure you of that. Sellers will come in here. But you are to take profit here and allow Tesla to consolidate and show you the way higher. What you don't want to do is, as we trade up here, get sold down to the depths of hell down here and have a bunch of consolidation down here between 176 and 186. That makes sense. You don't get trapped in here. You always want to take profit at each level. I tell this to bears, right? When I talk to a bear, what do I say to a bear? Stop calling fucking crashes and take it each level down for each level up. And this is the same thing that I say to bulls. So here's a prime example right here, right? Squeeze above the weekly, rolls over. Daily comes up to give you some help to go to the upside. One more squeeze higher up here, right? So just right here, look at that, baby. Woo-hoo, doggy. Next layer above is 218, right? And you see this daily trigger right here? You want that help to get up there. You want help to go higher, right? This one right here is the hourly. So you've got the hourly coming to help out here. You've got the daily coming to help out here. You want price above the weekly to give that monster ramp that you're expecting. The other thing here is keep your eyes focused down here, right? We had max bearishness on the daily for Tesla. We're running a little hot right now in the hourly, but this right here, this is the catalyst that you're looking for major moves to the upside. Woof. So each layer, right? Take the money and run. Take the money and run. Jump back in. Take the money and run, right? Burr in here. Burr in here. And then ultimately we got that 300 we've been talking about, right? How about that 300 way up there? Way up there. This one right here, this is where the major sellers have been. All along, like since we hit at 100, this is where the real sellers are up here. We got to overrun these real sellers and get above that monthly and start seeking out 300. Good job, Tesla gang. Gonna exit NVDA and jump on Tesla now. We're gonna rotate, baby. I know Tesla bulls out there are like, give me some of that. Give me some of that AI money, please. Had a meeting on Saturday for this stock picking show. It was very fruitful. That should be coming to you on June 18th. I believe it's every Sunday at 11-ish in the morning on Sundays. It'll be moved here and there, or you may get different hosts, but we have a dedicated host for that show. We're going to track a portfolio of long and short duration There'll be a short duration portfolio that are catalyst driven. Like, hey, we're going to do a trade for, I don't know, an ER report or an anticipated event or a debt ceiling trade, whatever it is, expressed through a stock. And then we're going to do long duration picks. These are at this level here, stops below here. We'll run through them for 6 months, a year and a half. Running portfolio. We're going to keep track of those portfolios every year. There's a bunch of cool stuff here. You're going to get alerts at some point. This will be a free video every weekend. And then once the website is up and running, you'll be able to track all of this stuff over the course of a year and compare it to other people out there that are pushing stocks on the internet or whatever, stock picks, and see how we perform versus them. So I look forward to that. That's actually making me very excited. It's something we've been wanting to grow into for some time now.
So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we do see the Eurozone consumer confidence flash. The forecast is minus 16.8 on the prior minus 17.5, with a range of minus 16 to minus 18.5 expected.
Yeah, the live stream is kind of like Sparta, and we want, like, I think ultimately what we want is, like, you got the Sparta during the daytime during live stream, then feel like, this isn't kind of my speed. I like hanging out with Cap. Cap talks to me all day long. But you can, like, get in on something whether we're buying or selling. And that's another cool thing too, is we're going to track sell side too. We're going to try to help out some bears here with this show. So we're developing a sell side tool. So if you're a bear and you watch this program, we're trying to do this so that rather than you trying to, like, I don't know, like, short something that's short lived, we want to give you picks that you can short duration, 6 months, 9 months, a year, with confidence, something that is way overbought and has signaled that it's rolling over, not just like jumping on a hand grenade. We know for sure in our chat, we watch our chat over every week, and I know that there are people in this chat that were like, this is the week to short NVIDIA. This is the week. And there was, like, every week after week after week after week. And I'm sure people have gotten torched trying to short NVIDIA, right? So we're looking for that cross. And NVIDIA would be a prime candidate for when does it confirm that leg lower or it's overbought, that kind of stuff. It's time finally to short it in safety, right? Not just like throwing darts at a wall, that kind of stuff. So if you're a bear and you're in this stream, we don't know if we'll have the tool ready for the sell side on the 18th. We're hoping that we do. But when we do have that tool ready, it'll be powerful for bears. If you're a bear out there, you trade better as a bear, we should have something really cool for you. You can kind of do it in real, like, safety. Like, oh, man, I'm going to short the hell out of this and go on a rampage and all that kind of fun stuff. So now this show should be able to do that for you guys. Morning, Alex. How are you? Even Elon's probably going to sell. Yeah, at that level on Tesla, it's better to take your money and you you and I are retailers, right? We're not pushing around $50 billion or not. I'm over exaggerating here, but you get my point, right? Like I don't have my finger on Tesla saying I'm going to make it go up and go down right now. And there are pre-programmed levels, sell levels, where you take the money and run. And just you as a human, I don't care if your account's $1 million. You're just some guy out there, or some woman out there. You want to follow the robots, right? Jump in with the robots, get out with the robots.
One minute remaining.
We got get that buy side on 420C jumped over to 419Ps. Now 90,000 puts on 419P. Yeah, I'm not in anything this morning. I'm just sitting over here letting this open up for me. Start of the week.
Ten seconds.
I did have, I had that, dude, I don't know if this is like karma or something. I was talking to you guys about some bad experiences with pets. We had a pet that got sick. We had a cat. And I was telling my children, I was like, man, when I was a kid, we seemed to go through a lot of kittens, or not kittens, but cats when I was a kid. They were all outdoor and indoor cats, like come and go as they please.
17.4.
And they would
minus 16.8.
They would make it like 6 to 9 years if we were lucky.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick.
Get run over and stuff, other animals would get at them.
Profile levels by signing up at To The Tick.
And hold on here. My parents were kind of anti fully indoor cat. We had an indoor cat when I was young, and it wasn't happy. Being an indoor cat, you could tell that he suffered. He just wanted to be outside all the time. And so eventually let the cat outside. So this past year, our cat, we have our cat this year. We're like, this cat's getting a little old to be outside. We're trying to keep him inside, and he hasn't been successful at it. He's been like an outdoor cat. Outdoor, indoor, comes and goes as he pleases, and we haven't been that successful trying to keep him inside. And he got into a fight, springtime fight. All these new cats in the neighborhood, and cats, how they are in the spring. They're all out there hot and bothered. Groups like sex, all kinds of weirdness, right? Springtime for cats is like mating season and deciding who owns what or whatever it is the cats do. So he came home with a cut above his eye. So we brought him to the vet, and the vet put him on some medication so that he wouldn't get an infection. The infection went into his brain, and they also found out that he had liver issues. They think that his liver issues were from his childhood or something, or had something that was genetic. The medication that he took wound up killing him over this weekend. He died over this weekend. And we brought him back to the vet, and it cost me $800 to try to save his life. He died this weekend. So he had that happen this weekend. So I do have something that I have to take care of this morning. At some point, I have to. Well, this live stream will stay up this morning, but I do have to take care of something for this at some point this morning. Children are devastated, completely devastated. This cat is like, they're even more than the dogs to some extent, or not. I don't know if it's a different kind of thing. With kids, like our cat is like, they're cats are assholes, but they're your asshole. So like this cat would come to me for specific things. He always cuddled and slept with my children, and that was his thing, right? He really he found them to be his protection, whatever he had in the house, and so they loved on this kitten or this cat. We've had him for years now. Yeah, and this is a family pet, man. This isn't like like we don't treat our pets like they're pets. They're like members of the family. And so we lost a cat this weekend, and it was devastating. Kids are like a wreck over this. So we've been dealing with that all weekend as a family. Normally we bury our pets in our back 40. This time they chose cremation so they can take the cat everywhere with them. They're not into the burials anymore. We usually do like a big Scottish burial for them with bagpipes and casket, and we do a ceremony. Now they just want a memorial. They want me to like cast a memorial stone for them in the back 40, and then they want to keep Kitty with them forever, which I get it. So they're devastated. Come back down to check the hourly trigger right now.
We are expecting comments from ECB's Lane and ECB's Villeroy. So ECB's chief economist Lane speaks at the Austrian Central Bank conference in Vienna, while ECB's Villeroy speaks at a conference in Paris.
Yeah, it sucks, man. There's some good parts to this. Kids, part of the reason people have domesticated animals for a bunch of different reasons, but it's good for your children to learn about loss too. The cost, the care that you have for it's like this whole like it's not a paradigm. It's like maybe it is a paradigm. This whole thing, like caring about an animal, not being mean to animals, part of it. The other part of it is the cost to take care of an animal, what you'll expend for an animal, how you treat other people as well. There's some like relationship to people. It's going to help them to deal with death when I get old and die, right? They at least have some experiences with people that when they lose them when they get older, that kind of stuff. So there is some benefit there too.
The Pentagon complex in Washington, D.C.
Coming back down to test the hourly trigger right now. So John Haggerty lost a cat this past week as well. Yeah, this was completely unexpected. I got to tell you, man, we thought this was all normal. Like everything was fine, no big deals. And it was like DEFCON 4. Zero zero anything was wrong. And we had no ideas here that anything was wrong. Yeah, it was tough. Absolutely. If you guys know about if you have loved pets, you're like, I'll be fine. Yeah, we weren't fine. Got a push through the hourly trigger right now. We also have a bear plane forming rug pull going on right now. Trading down to tag the pre-market low. This yellow line right here is pre-market low. We also have a pre-market low. I'll snap this one for you. I forgot to do this one. One right there. That's the low from. Let me see if I can show you guys this stuff. That's the low from Friday, and then we've got a couple more here for you. I'll get rid of this one. Don't need that one right there. You've got the low right here from Friday, 417.35. Let me see if we can show you guys this.
So following this report from Twitter sources, again, of a large explosion near the Pentagon complex in Washington, D.C.
Oh, shit.
See some weakness in the dollar emerge. S&P starting.
Warning that there was an explosion at the Pentagon moments ago. I'll try to get more news here for you in just a minute. Did you guys copy all that? There was an explosion at the Pentagon complex moments ago. Be really careful of this. If you get more than one, it could be very, very until it is known that there's a that this is over. When these events happen, if there's still risk of more explosions, the market can really continue to sell off hard and heavy. Large explosion near the Pentagon complex in Washington, D.C. Breaking market news is claiming it's a very large explosion or a large explosion.
So 5 minutes time now. We're expecting comments from ECB's Lane and ECB's.
I have a friend at the Pentagon. I'll ask right now. Just hang tight. Give me 1 second here. I'll check. Fuck. Huge squeeze right there.
So worth noting, this event still not reported on the major news wires. There is one image circulating Twitter, just seeing from a variety of Twitter sources that this has happened. And again, did you see the markets react to that initially as well? They're still awaiting confirmation whether there has been an explosion near the Pentagon.
Hang tight. I'm checking right now. Does anybody have video of that explosion? The tweet was deleted. Whoever sent me that tweet via DM.
So we did see some reports from Politico earlier that Biden was going to be meeting with McCarthy at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Just seeing a release from the White House now saying the U.S. President Biden and House Speaker McCarthy to meet at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time on the debt ceiling. So again, this is coming directly from the White House.
Look at that range on a Monday. Woo! Holy shit, that's a big-ass explosion. Motherfucker. So I'll repost this on my Twitter feed here. I want you to hang tight, guys.
So we are shortly expecting.
I did just retweet something for you guys on Twitter if you want to take a look at it. Looks like the tweet was already deleted. Somebody grabbed a screenshot of it. Onion Hands is chatting with someone who can see smoke from their windows right now. I haven't heard back from anyone. I'm asking a family member right now too.
So it looks like the explosion tweet has been deleted from the original account. So originally from OSIT that posted out the image of the explosion report near the Pentagon, Washington DC, which has now been removed.
Hang tight here, guys. I'm not going. I don't want to make any. It could be nothing. You know, if it's nothing, I don't want to fan those flames without any kind of confirmation. If it could just be a dumpster fire for all we know, right? But until they figure out what it is, I'd use caution at least. I won't bring that up.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Yeah, will the market belt up on relief? I'm always wary of this stuff. I'm always like, yeah, I'll wait until someone tells me something more. Hurry up and wait is the term for it. There's already some videos coming out.
The original poster on Twitter, so just giving some commentary as to why they deleted the post. So they did just say, for the time being, they have deleted the post regarding the explosion near the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., even though there are tons of accounts reporting it. But there seems to be no evidence of it taking place besides one picture and these quote-unquote initial reports. So again, that's just from the poster who made the original tweet on the Pentagon explosion.
Who is in chat? Onion Hands is saying that he's chatting with someone who can see smoke from their windows. Onion Hands, your friend. Do you want to call them on the phone and find out what you can find out? Onion Hands is on Twitch. He's saying that a friend of his or someone can see smoke from their windows and that they're either office. Hey, is he trading shorts around? BNO News saying that this was a fake. Thanks, Permabill Tom. Like anybody that was like around during 9/11, man, whoa, that just like sends straight triggers. He's saying that he can see smoke but didn't hear an explosion. Hey, Tomas, how are you, brother? Thanks for joining us. More reports saying fake. Yeah, that 9/11 stuff, man. You're just like, like the morning of that, right? So I was in the Army that morning when that happened. I was stationed outside of one of the airports where those guys took off of, and it was really fucked up. It was it was so fucked up, and I was nearby New York at the time as well, and I was in New York days later. I was holding a loaded weapon in moments. That was not fun. Every time I see something like that, I'm like, oh man, it's like it just triggers me. Someone just wanted their puts to print real quick. Maybe a barbecue. The Senate was having a barbecue. Yeah, that's the one good thing about Twitter, right? Is that Twitter is like fast. If anything is real, it's like bam, bam, bam. You start seeing stuff. looks like the stock market's just kind of in a pause here. Like, okay, let's just confirm everything is good. SPY holding onto its hourly trigger. NVDA coming right back to hold its hourly trigger. Woof.
On Twitter, citing U.S. House Speaker McCarthy being in the Capitol, saying that he didn't sound terribly positive about the status of the of the U.S. debt limit negotiations. So quotes here saying it's very hard to get them off that spending spree that they're addicted to, according to McCarthy, citing Democrats as well.
NVDA holding its hourly. So just so you know here, NVDA's hourly trigger is 311.12. Holding it like it's nobody's business. It's just like we're down for like 2 seconds on NVDA, and it's like, fuck you, we're going higher.
Also hearing now from a Pentagon spokesperson says there was no explosion here this morning. So again, official confirmation from a Pentagon.
No explosion. No explosion.
This morning. More comments from ECB's Villeroy says the primary question today is not how much further to hike rates, but how large is the pass-through of what is already in the pipe.
That's good. Woo. I always hate when those things happen, man. Just like, fuck. Throw everything out the window. Throw it all out the window. You can like rip up anything that any of your theses. So that's good. Situation back to normal. Let's fix the debt ceiling. Bull plane alert on the SPY. How soon do they react to Twitter? Dude, Twitter like beats everybody. Or they don't beat everybody. I shouldn't say that. If it's like it's a weird mix of a lot of the news gets beat by the news. There's a good point that's to be made on this too. Who asked that question? How quickly do most major networks react to Twitter? Like something really big here is like if you get reports on Twitter first before anyone else has it, it's kind of a major thing. So it makes Twitter great. Another key point, though, is a lot of the news that they want you to have as news, they control, like news organizations control. That's where, like, a Trade the News comes in handy. It's when they make it important, that it's important to our stock market, too. So if you have, like, breaking news that comes from the news organizations, sometimes that's most critical to the stock. Like, let's say you know something, but nobody else does, or the news hasn't picked up on it yet as being relevant, quote unquote, like they haven't made it relevant to the stock market. You can get run over, right? If you know something that somebody else doesn't know. I don't know if I'm wording that correctly or not. I think I I'm not clear enough in how I'm saying that. Yeah, resume normal Ponzi algos. Nothing to see here. Move along. Yeah, I'm getting a bunch of SPY, bear alert, or bull alerts right now. It's kind of a weird thing. Like, you might know something that nobody else knows. It's not on Twitter. It's not being released to you by news organizations, and yet the market will continue to do its own thing. Or sometimes it becomes a small news story, but it doesn't impact the stock market until they decide that it matters. This right here, this move down would be expected. So if that had been a true story, I expect this move. Initial knee-jerk reaction on that news. Getting alerts of a bull plane here in the SPY. I hate talking about like the risk to those events when they happen, like how often they happen. They happen more frequently than you think. Like someone dies, or there's an explosion, or like something you can't account for. It's like I think it's once every 1 to 3 years. Not 1 to 3. I think it's 3 years. Can't remember. I'm talking out of my ass right now. I used to know this more than I do right now, the specifics of it. But you'll see hedge funds will have insurance for that kind of stuff when they do occur. Unforeseen news, major news. And I'm not getting any response. I got a couple. I put out a couple questions to people I know, and I haven't received anything that saying it was true. So these people would know.
So seeing a release from the Fed here says 1/3 of households cited inflation as their main financial challenge. The Fed report here shows higher prices have negatively affected most households, and say more workers received and asked for a pay increase or promotion in 2022 versus 2021. So the Fed says the share of those saying they were worse off rose to 35%. That's the highest since the question was first asked in 2014. And they say that 73% of respondents say they were doing at least okay financially last year versus 78% in 2021. So 63% of respondents in this Fed survey says they would cover a $400 emergency expense with cash, down from the record high 68% that was seen in 2021.
Just a heads up out there, I've got a friend who's an air traffic controller in D.C. He's a friend of the show. He just sent me a text saying that he spoke to a friend of his at the airport, someone that would know, and it's been confirmed that it's fake. It's not real. I trust this guy. 100% I trust this guy. So thanks for sending me that in the background. I appreciate it. I'm not going to tell people who you are. It's weird, too. I'm looking at the economic calendar this morning, and it says the weekend was going on. There was no economic news scheduled for today. And so people are like creating their own vol calendars. They're like, okay, we got vol with this and vol with that and vol with this. And then this morning I went on to the Market Watch calendar. And so on Friday, they had none scheduled for today. And so now on the vol calendar, they're like, well, we got Bullard at 8:30 in the morning. We got Daly at 11 o'clock. And we got Bostick and Barkin at 11:05. So I'm like, you got to create something. You need something on the calendar. You can't have nothing on the calendar. So 11 a.m. this morning. We also have the Euro close, of course, today.
Yeah, Federal Reserve's Economic Wellbeing, a U.S. Household Survey Report for 2022 that is available on the feed now.
Thanks for shooting me the text, man. I appreciate it. No, those people will know. Like anyone at any of the airport people will know. They like shut that shit down, man. Like it's nothing. If they need to shut shit down, it's done. It's a interesting Monday open, huh? I'm like, woof. Go up there and slap 420. It's like, good morning, slam. And then all of a sudden, fake news, slam the bottom. Give us a range, baby. Slamming into R1 and S1 on the open this morning on the SPY. I wish I had on a wish I had Friday's trade on today. It would have been great. I was looking for this on Friday, believe it or not. Like, and we did this, what, 10th in 1 hour. There are so many puts now on that news sitting in there, and that there's like a shit ton of puts. Like someone hit the buy button, they were just like slam. I don't know that they're printing those today for people. Looks like fuel to the upside. I can't tell just yet, but that's what it looks like.
ECB's Villeroy says in the current tightening cycle, the lag in policy transmission may be at the upper end of 1 to 2 years.
Yeah, someone slammed a major hedge in the market from that fake news earlier today. So if there's no more like follow through, there could be some real pain here. So we'll see how that goes. Pain to the upside, believe it or not. You get that initial like buy puts on bad news, and then nobody else jumps in with you. There's not like a second, third, fourth round. You're gonna torch those puts. Twitter shit bomb. Yeah, if there wasn't fuel to go higher today, there might be now. Let's have a look on the up and downside, see what we got above and below here. Woof. R2 above 422.27. Let's see if there's anything behind this. I don't think that there is. I'll look back in time a little bit more.
Reports of the Biden administration opposes a measure to block student debt relief.
It's way up here, 431.64. Oh, yeah, that's the big one. There's another one. Just closing the gap is right there at 427-ish. There's another one right there, I guess. 425, 25, 427. Trying to find some gaps on high. $420.89. Bunch of garbage up in here. This is all like the garbage from Friday. This is the pre-market high on Friday, 420.89. See if dealers will cool this off a little bit. Try to collect some of the money, do the vacuuming up of the move this morning. somebody's hedge fund needed vol, so they bombed Twitter with BS, no pun intended, Twitter shit bomb. Face ripper, hopefully. They're getting desperate to hold the market down. It's like this is the closest thing we've had to volatility, right? Closest thing we've had for some time now. Let me check the VIX and see what it said to that. VIX went up to 1812 on that fake news. Man, VIX has been trying to get over that daily trigger for. Let's all look at the VIX real quick. VIX was just looking.
May take longer to hit the economy than in the past, and services inflation warrants close monitoring.
30-minute chart on the VIX. Yeah, it's just like looking for a reason, right, to get above and hold the daily trigger to go up. VIX coming back up again. It's trading 17 and change, but unless you get some really bad news, confirmed bad news, you can see what it took to get us up and over. There's a 1-minute chart on it. It just went real nice here, blasted right up and over, but did not hold the daily. To the downside, you're looking for 1697 on the VIX. Upside target on VIX, 1759. Not much.
ECB's Villeroy says deceleration in rates increases from 50 basis point hikes to 25s was wise and cautious.
Have a bear plane forming right now on the 1-minute chart on SPY. 5-minute chart, not really showing it just yet.
Monitor the pass-through of our substantial and exceptionally rapid past hikes. And ECB's Villeroy says how long we maintain rates high is now more important than the precise terminal level.
Let me know what you think about this Monday open in the chat if you want. Seems like it's just getting started, getting opened up here. We have the meeting starting at 4:30 p.m. this afternoon. You've got the debt ceiling talks negotiations going well. McCarthy came out a few minutes ago, said they're not going well.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Not sitting in any positions right now. I want to see how this market plays itself out.
ECB's Villeroy says, I expect today that we'll be at the terminal rate not later than September.
Biden administration opposes the measure to block students' debt relief. Let me know what you think about the debt relief for students. What are your thoughts on that? I know people with student loans are like, I get the, or I think some of it I think I know, but what are your thoughts on student debt relief? Supposedly that remove will be devastating to our economy. People have to go back to paying their student loans. What's my prognosis for today? My prognosis was to let the market open. So when we came into this morning's open, I was not keen on taking a position. I like the idea. I like the idea of consolidation into Wednesday. And then on Wednesday to get the minutes out and have some sort of a, I want to see like the minutes say we are probably getting a pause this summer, getting a nice reaction to the upside, taking that trade, getting a debt ceiling resolution, that kind of stuff. It just seems like it seems like consolidation. Whenever you get a move, one up or down, sometimes to the downside, you'll get like 2-3 day move. Upside, you'll get a 2 or 3 day move. And then you'll have a period of consolidation. You never really get like just straight up or straight down, that kind of stuff. So my own personal thesis here is oftentimes you'll get like the move, right? You'll get the move up or down, doesn't matter. And then you'll get people jump on that move the 4th and 5th day, and they get bled out. And now, depending on where the move went, you're getting two kinds of trader here, right? You're getting a bear that wants, or you're getting sell side that wants their original target. So let's look at something here. It's a good question, by the way. Let's get rid of that because the weekend's over. So no. All right, fine. We'll get rid of that too. Fuck you too. Just get rid of that blue box for me. Let's see this. Okay, so right in here, right? We got the move higher. And if you were able to take that move higher, you profited, right? If you didn't get that move higher, and let's say you were positioned to the downside, you're going to spend this whole week here just hoping and praying that it comes down here and prints Valhalla for you. And that's the pain trade, right? And so what you'll do is you're going to sit there, and even if we do go there, it's going to bleed you out until it gets there. And that's the truth. Like 8, 9 times out of 10. Sometimes it comes back, but normally it doesn't. So you've got that person out there. Your next person wasn't short, but was too scared to go long. That person wants the market to continue higher on Friday, on Monday. And they just want it, right? They want it on Friday, they want it on Monday, they want it on Tuesday, they want it on Wednesday. This doesn't always happen, but usually what will happen here, if we are going to get continuation, it's going to take some consolidation to get to the upside. If we do get a roll, that can happen as well, but it won't be until all that bearish positioning is dead. So my own thesis here is continuation to the upside. You know that I'm happy with 420 as the top. Let's make that statement. Like the original target was, let's get 420 and possibly 430. We got 420. That's all I can ask for. I'm happy with that. If we have continuation of 430 or 4,300, well, I think it's more like 427, somewhere in there. And it could be higher. The JPM collar is higher. They like to overshoot it sometimes. So I can see that trade too. But it's normally not just straight up. Is my key point here is normally not like we're going to 420, we're going to 430 on Monday. It's usually, you zig and you zag to get there. So my own contention here is that you see into at least I'd like to see it at least into Wednesday, which is that trade. For me, nothing's changed since I told you guys it's on Friday, right? Some kind of consolidation. You can have like a down moment or an up moment, but some kind of consolidation for a trip higher. That's what I want to see. And it's Monday, right? So you just let the market open up and breathe a little bit, find out where we're headed. We had the squeeze up on the open this morning, and then we came back down on some fake-ass news, and we're kind of range-bound for today, right? So if you're going to try to buy or sell something, you're buying a dip down at S1, and you're selling a rip above at R1. There's also some new targets to the down and upside as well, right? We already cleaned out 417.36. So to the downside, I'm going to expect us to tag S1 down here. So next target to the downside is 417.07. Target to the upside is this mess that's above. All this garbage up in here from Friday, 420.89, 420.72. We probably hit R1. I've got it at 420.45, but when I made that R1 this morning, I'm probably off by a couple pennies. I just throw them up there, and I'm like, let's go. It's close enough for me. Another posit that you could take here is that we're loaded to the gills with puts again today, just due to that fear. People are out there at the buttons. They're just like slam, 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 buy puts, buy puts, buy puts. As we get into the end of the day, if they haven't already burned them off, if they leave them on into end of day, we could make it down to the downside. If they haven't burned them off with a sideways move, we will go higher. Bring that over right there. But they got to torch them first. So we've got 418Ps, right? We have 280,000 418Ps. So they either have to go to zero by trading sideways, or we need more buyers of said puts. Or they'll burn them and hit them end of day. One of those two, three. I have no like bias here. My thought is that we trade sideways and down until Wednesday, and then we get a move, probably Thursday or Friday. It's not intelligent to give 18-year-olds uncollateralized loans and make a wish. Close to zero banks would loan an 18-year-old anything even without collateral. Yeah. I don't like the there you go. You got a nice target down below 4189. I don't know that I like how much education has changed. I feel like there should always be like a free. There kind of is. If your student does great in school, there is usually kind of an option for your student, right? If your kid worked hard or had help or whatever. I still don't like our system particularly. I like the idea of if you can get the grades, you should get a free education. There are some ways for students to get that. It's still a minefield, though, isn't it? It seems like it's still a minefield. Most kids do wind up with that debt. Like on the one side, it's like, yeah, if your child wants to go to college, there's ways for them to go to school for free. But then there's a lot of students out there that are like, I didn't have that. I'm a great student and I didn't have that. I wound up taking loans. So why are we saddling underdeveloped brains with thousands on a degree may not use? And there's a whole system built into this too, right? For university systems to make money, to settle that debt on students. Yeah, I paid mine too. The military paid for some of mine, and then I paid for the rest of mine. I had some. It was like a mixed bag. I had some academic scholarships that were actually athletic. They ran that scam for me, and then I had some GI Bill that paid. And then I think I was done. I think my loans when I was done, I was left with like 25,000 in student loans. I still have I think $2,000 or $3,000 left of those loans to this day. Yeah, there's a I know that, or not that I know, from what kids say, and that's another weird thing. So schooling was just getting expensive when I was a kid. Like it was just turning into becoming very expensive. My universities that I attended, the original university I went to school was $40,000 a year. This was a long time ago.
Comments from Feds Bostic as well as Feds Barkin. So they're discussing technology-enabled disruption during a conference on these subjects hosted by the Richmond Fed. So text and Q&A still to be determined as well. We do expect to hear comments from Feds Daily, who participates in a fireside chat at the National Association for Business Economics. Text not expected, as a Q&A with the moderator and audience is.
But it's a small like Ivy League school, and that education today is not as, it's like double. It's about $70K a year to attend that school right now, and like for your full package is roughly like 74,000. I also went to the UCLA system for a time. I was in the military, so I'd have to bounce around and keep going to school to finish up. And I have children right now that are getting prepared to go to college. My oldest is about 2 years from going to university, and it scares us, the cost of it. There's no way that they're going to be eligible for tuition. So we're either paying for it out of pocket, signing for it, or it's a scholarship of some kind, right? You're either doing athletic or academic based on your and even then I think it's a minefield. I saw a kid, he was on like a TikTok or something, and he was an outstanding student. He had I think he had a top 0.01% of SAT score taker, valedictorian at his high school. I don't know if it was a man or a woman, I don't remember, a young guy or a young woman. This was recently, like last month or something. He did like a TikTok video where he applied to a bunch of schools, and he didn't get into any of the top schools. They were just like, you're not rich. You're not building us a library, so get fucked. Yeah, you got a tuition stipend. We're wondering, the stuff that our oldest daughter does, I would expect her to get a free ride. It's probably not going to be at a school of choice. My assumption is that she'll go to the University of Michigan. That'd be my assumption. Or that'll be like a school that'll take her because she's an in-state student. She's hit every metric to go to that school. It's a great school. It's like I think it's 150 in the country or top 100 in the country. A lot of engineers go there. But it's a minefield. It's a total minefield. I'm not looking forward to this. That's the thing that I tell my kids. I'm like, you have to be good at something. I don't care what you're good at. And then that's the other part of it, is that my daughter, this is a good example. So my daughter can pretty much be whatever she wants in life. She's highly intelligent. She can get any degree that she wants. Her essay or her PSATs are outstanding. And of course, even I'm telling her, I'm like, maybe you get that degree that guarantees that you make 90 out of college or 80 out of college without any further education. You could get some kind of an actual, something that pays with a degree. Like, it's hard today to be like, you're going to have to saddle all of this debt and possibly get a degree that you won't get paid with. Or if you don't do continuing education after that degree, you're kind of left in the lurch. I'm like, it's a weird time for kids right now. Yeah, I agree with that, Evan. It's up to the student to perform. Like she wants to go to graduate school and become a doctor or something, and I'm like, what you could do is, you just get like a 4-year science degree and then become like a respiratory therapist, and you're guaranteed to get some money and become an X-ray tech or something. I'm like, you're gonna make some money and be able to take care of yourself. That's one of the key points here too. Is like, I'm like, look, I want you to be able to take care of yourself and not have a man take care of you. I want you to be able to take care of yourself. Like, it's important for you as a woman to be self-sufficient, not rely upon a man in your life.
Germany's chance.
Yeah, that's what my buddy is saying, that X-ray techs are making bank. Even better than a respiratory tech or therapist. That X-ray techs making bank. Yeah, I don't want her to have to rely upon anybody. Man, woman, I don't care. I don't care what she's, be able to take care of yourself. That's a big part of raising a child is you can't rely upon many people in your life. Like, when you're a kid, you can rely upon your parents. Once you become an adult, you may not ever meet somebody. You may just want to be single, right? I want to be single for the rest of my life. And you may find somebody that you can rely upon. But you want to be able to take care of yourself, because oftentimes, you grow up as a kid, you become an adult, and you find out that you're the only person that cares about you, right? Or that can care about you or take care of your own self. Yeah, that's what my buddy was telling me. So the X-ray techs pays well. She wants to do that. Yeah, she wants to take she's going to apply to some big schools. She has a list, of course, of the dream schools. But then I was like, the University of Michigan will take you for a full ride. They will take you for a full ride here. And they do have, and she wants to go to school overseas. So I'm like, she wants to study abroad. So I'm like, it does offer that for her. Yeah, I think the thing about the prestige school is, I went to one. I went to a small one. It has nothing to do with your degree. It has to do with, this sucks to say. It's like a back door. It's gross. It's like, it's more about people meeting other people, powerful people. It's kind of gross. So Bebop saying countries like Germany, France, Norway. Yeah, she wanted to spend some time in Korea. Was on her list. My wife spent many years living in Japan as a child. Went to Japanese schools. So she's like the only American girl there. She didn't go to American schools, she went to Japanese schools. And so, of course, she's like, looks up to her mom and stuff.
So shortly expecting comments from Feds Bostic and Barkin, as well as Feds Daily. The registration to the Feds Bostic and Barkin event has closed.
No. So when I say bank, I mean when you get out of university, when you get out of college here in the United States, most people do not make 70 to 90,000 getting out of college here in the United States. Most don't. But if you can get out of college and make 70 to 90K a year, you can usually move up to about 120, 130. That's good money. It's not bad money, but it's good money. What I'm talking about is you getting out of school with a degree that doesn't pay you a job after college, right? Yeah, that's my mom. My mom's a nurse practitioner. She's a nurse practitioner. That's what she is. I thought she was a PA, but she's a nurse practitioner. My sister is a nurse practitioner as well. We have a lot of medical people. And then, of course, the other side of the family are all engineers. It's like all engineers and kind of doctors. And the engineering side of the family are really smart. They're like the brains. Yeah, well, it's there's like a they don't all work hard to get in. I'll say that. They don't all work hard to get in those schools. A lot of that is power. That's I mean there are some there's like the token story of that happening, but that's not what really happens. It's a place for like my rich kid to meet your rich kid and continue more power. I think it used to be like that, Stacy. I think we're getting too old. I don't think it was always like that, Stace, but I think it is like that today. You saw it in the college scandal, right, for Stanford? It's like just make up a stupid fucking sport that I don't actually I'm not actually playing, and I donated, it's not like millions either. It's like 20 million, 30 million, 50 million.
US 10-year and 30-year yields climb to top the last week's highs.
So they've chosen destruction of puts. Woof. They've chosen put destruction. No follow through on buying more puts to the downside. I don't think you can work hard. That's what this guy was saying. This kid was like, I worked hard. This kid was like, I worked hard. I have top SATs. I was valedictorian. He didn't come from a wealthy family. And then he's like, then you find out that they allow like a token kid in to do that, but that's it. It's not based on merit any longer. I think it once was. What they were talking about too, Stacy, was the number of kids that want to go to college has grown exponentially. There's just not enough seats. So, it's just too many people that want to go to college today. So you've got competition. It always devolves to the lowest common denominator, right? Who's got more power? Dude, my wife and I have no allegiance to my alma mater. Well, my wife does have allegiance to her alma mater, and that's important too, right? There's like breed in this. I don't know if you there's some breed to being alma mater. There's breed to have you been donating for 2 decades to your alma mater? Have you kept in touch with the people that make decisions at your alma mater? Makes it easier. Yeah, Bebop. That was close to my experience. Not my wife's. My wife, my experience was very similar to yours, Bebop. My wife, you know what she did? She was fully supported to go to college, and she partied her way right out of college. So, like, my wife is very smart, and her dad was like, "I'll pay for her dad did right what I'm doing with my kids. Her dad was like, I will fund your college as long as you don't get kicked out. So she didn't get kicked out, but she partied her first semester. She went on to academic probation. She partied her second semester, and that was it, right out the door. Expensive university. And this is kind of a funny story. So she joined the Army. So her first year of university, didn't go well. She joined the Army reserves, and she found a university that was cheap. She went to an actual university of, I'm not going to tell you guys where she went to school, but she went to a university of, and the tuition for in-state, this is kind of funny to tell you guys. So the in-state tuition for this university was dirt cheap. It's like a few grand a year. So what she did was, if you're in the military and you pick a duty station, that's wherever you pick your duty station, a university will have to give you residency. It's like one of these like archaic federal laws. So she picked an MOS that was available, and then she moved to that state, and after her dad cut her off for fucking off, she paid her own way through college, got a degree and everything. But her dad cut her off. He was like, no more loafing off my money. So she did 8 years in the Army Reserves and paid for her college that way. And like battened down the hatches. She went to college total of 5 years because of that. So her first year was like burned to the ground, and then went and finally got her degree. Varsity pickleball. Yeah, that's what she did. And the crazy part was that her dad offered her, as long as you perform, I'll pay for your college. She's like, damn it. And of course, she was the oldest, and his firstborn. And she was like, he's never going to cut me off. He loves me too much. And he cut her off. Yeah, she has perseverance. She's a very, very strong, very strong person. I'm not the boss in my family. Winky's saying my kid just tells me about all the products he has been marketed to on TikTok. He's basically a Manscaped rep now. Woohoo! Any vibes? Thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. Yeah, G-Dad Gold saying I was on probation after my first semester, got a job second semester to chew into spare time. Paid for college by working through school in summers, paid off loans 3 years after school graduation. My wife still has some loans to this day. She has more than I do. I think she's got like 20,000 left. I think that's what she has. I'll have to ask her. Maybe it's less than that. I'll have to ask her. I said it was $3,000 a year for her college, but I don't think it was that cheap because I know she's got some loans left. I'll have to ask her. Yeah, 6 month sub, dude. That's crazy. Any vibes? Thank you. Getting some more bullplane alerts here.
Fed's Daily says it's prudent to refrain from commenting on Fed policy actions. Just to repeat that there, it's prudent to refrain from commenting on Fed policy action.
So no negative comments today. Daly saying it's prudent to refrain from commenting on Fed policy action.
He declines to say what the Fed should do.
He is also declining to say what the Fed is going to do at the June meeting. You guys are going to get that news, right? You know you're going to get the Fed minutes coming up on Wednesday. Tuesday, we've got 9 a.m. We've got Logan speaking. We've got PMI services and manufacturing at 9:45. New home sales at 10 on Tuesday. Wednesday, the big one, 2 p.m. Fed minutes. Let me know what you think about that Fed minutes. I think those minutes definitely had discussion of pausing for the summer. That they're monitoring the debt ceiling talks and that they're monitoring commercial real estate. You might get 25 BPS discussion in those minutes. It wouldn't surprise me to see 25 or 0 BPS for the summer. If the debt ceiling crisis is resolved and there's no commercial real estate,
Focused on the whole dashboard of incoming data.
This stream is sponsored
volatility this summer, then I think they go back to rate increases.
By signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, Winky's saying it's sort of weird. The people that can go to school for free never want to, but the people that want to go can't afford it. If you're a super broke 4-year school in the U.S. is basically free. Morning, Corp Squad. How are you doing?
If policy tightening is affecting the economy.
So no more vol expected at this point today, or nothing that we can see on the radar, at least for today. Nothing until 9:30, 9:45 tomorrow morning. We had an initial scare on Twitter, scam scare or a fake scare or some smoke that was believed to be an explosion that ended up not being the case.
Feds Daily says banking stresses have calmed and banks are in solid shape.
You've got the Fed shares aren't going to add any vol to the market this morning. It doesn't seem like it at this point.
And Feds Daily says I want to see ongoing slowing in supercore inflation.
Hey, AY vibes saying your content, team, subs, and chat is simply the best. I appreciate that. Is it any? How do I pronounce that? I think it's any vibes, but I'm not sure. My fiance had a kid and was living in a house with a waterfall in her kitchen ceiling. When we met, I filled out her school paperwork. She paid $0 and now makes $75K a year. Yeah, you can't. I mean, if you're a student, right, there's some real pitfalls out there, right? There's pitfalls with taking on loans. There's pitfalls with a degree that potentially won't pay you. And then and Winky's saying right here, he's saying that his girlfriend's child was able to go to school, get a degree, and get out and get a paying job. If you can get a paying job out of college that's 75 to 100K right now, you're doing it right.
Of data to get before the June FOMC.
He's saying that she was poor. Yeah, like poor. Congratulations on that. On the 1480. Yeah, I said to my daughters, I was like, the thing that I said to my daughters was like, you have to be good at something. I'm like I don't care what you're good at. I don't care what you love. You pick it. And then we're going to work on that. Like whatever it is that makes you, whatever it is that you want to, if you're like, hey, I'm going to be the greatest soccer player, football player, the greatest tennis player, best writer, whatever it is, best, I'm going to build things, whatever it is, you name it. I don't care. I don't care if you're a mechanic. I don't care if you want to be an electrician. I don't care if you want to be, I don't know, a roofer or a custodian. Whatever that is, we're going to focus on that. And, but what I don't want you to do is to just like peak. Or I hope that you don't do is just peak in high school.
Feds Daily says tighter credit conditions may be aching to 1 to 2 rate hikes.
Or get left behind. That was a big fear of ours was, do you get left behind? I remember when I was in school.
1 or 2 more rate hikes.
I remember when I was in school, there was like, even into like the 5th grade, was when I first noticed it.
2 rate hikes.
Like when I went into 5th grade, I can actually remember going into 5th grade and I was scared going into 5th grade. And it looked so ominous to me. And you could see that some children, some of my peers were prepared for 5th grade and some weren't. Then I really started to notice it in junior high school. But no one told me. This is really weird. I just had this conversation with my youngest daughter. As a matter of fact, I just had this conversation. I'd had it with my oldest daughter, and I just recently had it with my youngest daughter. And the conversation went like this. I was like, when I was in grade school and into 7th and 8th grade, no one really tells you. An adult doesn't really tell you anything. Your parents might. I think they have guidance counselors. I think I remember guidance counselors in 6th, 7th, 8th grade. My guidance counselors at that time.
Fed's Daily says it's hard to figure out what is slowing the U.S. economy right now.
Like, you kind of knew they were important, but you didn't care about them as much. They didn't mean anything. A guidance counselor, like as a child, I didn't know what they meant to me. But what was fascinating was when I became a freshman in high school, was the first time that I realized that you get separated. And that's okay. Like, if you get separated, it's fine. Like, but that's the first time an adult actually tells you you're going into these general education classes, or you're going into these college prep classes, or you're going into these honors classes.
So in 10 minutes' time now, we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. So the US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 79 and a prior high yield of 5.06%. As well, the US selling $54 billion of 6-month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 61 and a prior high yield of 4.98%. As well, we do expect comments from Germany's Chancellor Scholz.
And when that happens, when you're a freshman in high school, I remember some of my friends, like, we were all just friends in junior high and and then junior high, and before that, when I get into high school, there was like a track for you. Some of my friends that were in the general education track were fine with it. They were like, I don't care. I'm going to go to tech school and become a mechanic. I'm going to have a blast in high school, right? And then I'm going to go and become a mechanic someday. And they did very well in life.
Just seeing an update via our sources here. So Feds Bostic and Feds Barking now slated to speak at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, so just under 10 minutes away now.
They did very well in life. Even to this day, as I've checked back on them over the years, they've done very well. They knew what they were doing. They knew what their future was. They knew what their plan was. I had other friends that were put into general education in high school. I don't know what they call it now, but I think it was like Gen Ed or something. They called these classes, and they were upset. They were like, well, I don't want to take Gen Ed. And they had a real tough go of high school. They weren't prepared to take those college prep classes. And then you had kids that took college prep, and you had kids that took honors through high school. And then you see like kids take different tracks, right? Some kids are like peaking in high school. Some kids are just grinding through high school to get where they need to go next into college. And that's why I just had that conversation with my youngest daughter. I'm like, your mom is going to tell you everything is great, and your teachers are going to tell you everything is great.
Feds Daily says you should be mindful policy lags could show up at any time.
But if you're telling me that you want to be this person when you get older, you have a lot of hard work in front of you. Like, you think you're going to take college level classes in high school, if you think you're going to, like, you're telling me you want to go to college, telling me that you want to have all this nice stuff, you're telling me you're not going to be a underwater basket weaver, you're not going to take surfing as a major, then, like, I want to go work with animals on the beach or something as a biologist, Daddy. I'm like, okay, well, you need to be doing that work right now at this age. So when by the time you get to high school, you're not being parked in general education. Because you're going to have a hard time. It's going to be difficult. I was like, is that what you want to do? And she's like, yes, Daddy. I'm like, okay. Let's look at your test scores once again, because they just got tested. And she does great. She's in a high level, but I'm like, we could work on these things, couldn't we? We could work on learning how to essay write. we could do that work, couldn't we? And she's like, yep. I'm like, okay, let's work on that. I'm like, what about this scientific method stuff? Looks like you're not quite there on that stuff. I'm like, we'll have to start focusing on that if that's what you want to do. Yeah, my brother-in-law, case in point, my brother-in-law became a plumber. He makes a fuck ton of money. The first company he worked for, he's now partners with that guy, and he's rich. Well, not rich, he's very well off, you know. And he makes a lot of money, a lot more than you'd think. But he got out of high school, hung out with his friends, partied, had a great time, enjoyed all of his teenage years. Went to became a apprentice, went to school for that, worked his butt off all day long as an apprentice, and then went to school all night long until like 9:30, 10 at night, and just worked his ass off for a bunch of years, and did the right thing. He's like, this is what I want to be, this is what I want to do, and now you look at him today, and he smokes a lot of people with what they make for money. Yeah, I don't think you have to have a university degree. I don't think it's required for some people.
In just under 5 minutes' time now, we do get the 3 and 6 month bill auction. So the US selling $57 billion of 3-month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 79 and a prior high yield of 5.06%. The US selling $54 billion of 6-month bills with a prior bids cover of 2 to 61 and a prior high yield of 4.98%. As well, we do expect to hear comments from Germany's Chancellor Scholz, as well as Fed's Barkin and Fed's Bostic.
Starting to squeeze higher now. Yeah, I think we all have those anecdotal stories too, right? Like this person didn't go to school, they're rich and famous or something. I think there's always those people. But for the vast majority of people, you get out of school, you try to get a tech degree or you try to get a college degree. It's kind of like the path for most kids.
So the Chinese yuan hits session lows. So USD Chinese yuan up.
Oh yeah, they have like they have like a whole company. It's like a bunch of people working for them. They're filthy rich. They're making money, a lot of money.
TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
He's done very well for himself. But that's another thing too. I got some friends, man. They didn't do the right thing. I got some real close friends I grew up with, and I care about these people. I'll care about them till I'm old and dead. Like just made these lifelong friends, and I have a couple of them that made wrong decisions in life. Not wrong, but like they peaked in high school. They didn't go to tech school. One of them worked concrete his entire life as a laborer, and then of course moving up the chain, but still was like backbreaking work. He's broken down today, and he probably won't live to be like a ripe old age. And he admits it to me. We talk about it and stuff, and he's like, I'm broken down, and hard labor took a lot of the rest of his life away from him. There's nothing wrong with hard labor, but you do that long enough, it catches up to you. It can catch up to you. Well, that's what I've been told. Not much going on right here. I'm watching the VIX go down. It's testing its hourly trigger right now, down at $16.99. We'll see if it can break through or not.
And long credit tightening will be.
Yeah, there's some that do well, but let's not candy coat it. Like we shouldn't candy like I don't think we are either, but don't candy coat it because there are people that they get there's a large percentage of Americans that either don't have insurance or don't have a 401k or a pension or don't have a like they're working poor for most of their lives, and some of them they get fucked, right? That's what happens.
Fed's Daily says the FOMC deciding meeting by meeting is more of a prudent path.
Trying to read what Daly's saying here.
No sign of a text release for Fed's Bostic and Fed's Barkin.
Yeah, more just painting the walls with Daly here. Speaking out of both sides of his mouth again today. Most of these Fed speakers have been doing. My mom says that that's not the only profession either that has it tough, right? Or I don't know, like so my mom's a nurse practitioner, and she felt for a long time she was an RN, and she said that her eating habits were horrible. Maybe if any of you guys ever worked in a hospital setting can attest to that. Like long shifts, she would work 3 days a week. I remember that when I was a kid. She worked like 3 days a week, long hours, always on her feet, and she got paid bank. But she said that she gave up a lot of her health for eating poorly. She'd be like, yeah, you just grab something out of a vending machine and you just keep working. So your choices weren't always the best. What do you think here? I think we're going to go higher? Some resolution of the upside, a little bit of a bull flag right here. Or not flag, but a bull cross. This is the 1 minute chart right now. You can see the bull cross right here. Let's look on the 5 minute chart. Price is above the 5 minute right now. Twice this morning you've seen sellers come in on that 5 minute and try to slam it down. Like false starts to the upside here. Although price is bullish right now.
56, 2 to 56, and a high yield of 5.25%, 5.25%. So the US sells $63 billion of 3-month bills and awards 36.59% of bids at high.
Euro close right now as well. VIX trying to hold its pants up right now on the hourly. Doesn't want to give it up. That's a regret my mother had. She lives very healthy now in her older age, but she was always regretful of that. Said that she was angry at how poor her
2 to 96, and a high rate of 5.17%, 5.17%. So the US selling at $60 billion of 6-month bills and awards 75.83% of bids at high.
Like the VIX doesn't want to give it up here, but looking at the SPY on the trigger, it just looks like it wants to rip some faces off.
Fed's Daily says global tightening hasn't slowed growth as much as feared.
I can be hot, cold, do things with light, but I have to poop and shower. Yeah, I went over Tesla this morning. Went over Tesla, I believe, at 9:30ish, 9:45, somewhere in there. I went over Tesla, 9:45, I think. Went over NVDA, Tesla. Or a SPY is grinding right now. Take a look at the Qs real quick. Qs grinding. Climbing the wall of worry. That's what it looks like. If VIX can break below 1696, should see a squeeze. Climbing the wall of worry. That's what all this looks like to me. Or I guess if you're a bear, you're probably thinking they're just waiting to pull the rug on us, right? I'm assuming if you're a bear, you're like just waiting to pull the rug. Yeah, I'm still in a trade on IWM right now. Still sitting on IWM. Still long on small caps. I don't like the idea of the timing on that shit. Like, I like the idea of the market rolling over, but I don't like it right now. I don't like IWM going to the depths of hell today or last week. Maybe. I could be wrong there. If it happens, we'll chase it. I'll flip to bear on that, but I mean, I see it like everybody else sees it. In a traditional chart, I see it on IWM. I see what everybody's talking about. But I'm like, man, is it like you're saying that this IWM is going to start crashing this week? Maybe. I guess debt ceiling could do it. Yeah, so Tesla is coming into its trigger. Tesla just tagged 186.23. You want to see Tesla trade above this number we're currently sitting on and then consolidate. You want to see us, so if you're trading Tesla, 186.17, you want to trade above that, hold that number, and have the 1 5-hour and daily come up to meet you. And your price target above that number is 217.22. There.
Fed's Daily says the Fed reverse repo facility.
So 215
was intended.
210 to 215, somewhere in there. You'll see sellers step back in again.
Buy to the tick.
210 to 215.
Pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Yeah, there's like weird thing right now. I'm like watching I'm watching VIX in the background. It's like having a hissy fit right now.
Fed's Daily says the balance sheet drawdowns working effectively. So the US sold the 3-month bills at 5.25%. That's the highest yield since 2001.
So look at Tesla real quick. This is what we looked at this morning. This was what we charted out last week. Price target is hit. Nice tag above at 186.01. This zone right here is not something to be messed with. So whether we sell off here or even we break above, you want to see the test for the move higher. You want to see the hourly, the daily come up and lend some support for the trade higher to take this to the next target above, 210, 215. Best thing bulls have going for themselves right now on Tesla is the daily velocity. It was on max bearishness down here. And it's now becoming neutral. You want to see push that over. See this hourly trigger right here, right? What you don't want to do is get caught in here where you ping pong in here. You want the price to go above, check the weekly, have the hourly come up to help, have the daily come up to help so you can take the trade higher. But you don't want to get trapped in here. If you wind up spending some time down in here for this hourly to come up to help out, squeeze you higher, you'll end up getting trapped. They'll burn all of your call money. You know, if that takes into the 26th, you could get, wrecked in there. So the second trade, we had the target hit at 186.15. If we break above, you're going to but break above and look for a confirmation move to the upside around 187, 188. If you're asking me if I think we get up there, I already told you my price target was 300. I think I posted that early May. Maybe, I don't know, it was a couple weeks ago or something. It was right when we're at the bottom of that daily velocity, that daily bearish velocity. I'm like, we're going to rip some faces off with Tesla. And that's proving itself right now.
Fed's Daily says I see some signs of slowing in otherwise a strong jobs market.
So what do we got here? The news is an apparently AI-generated hoax of an explosion at the Pentagon went viral online, and markets briefly dipped. I wouldn't be short Tesla here. Tesla can easily break above that 185 here. I wouldn't be short Tesla here. While Tesla's trending, no reason to be shorting it.
As good as the day they are printed.
When Tesla's velocity is at plus 50, that's when you short Tesla. It's an easy trade. But whenever like Tesla's velocity is at minus 50, stay the fuck out of the way until it gets to plus 50 or plus 25 at least. Even start considering shorting Tesla. It's not the thing to do. It's really dangerous. It's kind of like Tesla's ball is in the bull's court right now. Think of it just that way. They have the ball. They're looking for dips to buy. When Tesla's velocity is on the max bullish, that's when the ball is passed to the bears, and you have a higher probability of shorting Tesla. How often do you guys think that gets even worse? The AI stuff. Do you guys think that the oh man, this dude today is like range bound, baby. Coiling. I'm going to destroy all these puts in here. No will to go higher. Consolidate. It's like one of those days where you break out the hammock. And you just sit there and watch it. You got like Theta Gang. Bunch of fucking religious zealots, Theta Gang. They're all sucking each other off. They're like, yeah, baby. Let's put on a spread. Yeah, do you guys think that grows over time? Do you guys think that the
Fed's Daily says real wage growth for most Americans overtaken by inflation.
like the AI? We were having in our meeting this week, and we were talking about that. People are scared in the background of AI generated all kind. I'm not going to discuss what we were discussing because it's kind of crazy what you can do right now. I don't want to give anybody out there any ideas, but yeah, fake press releases from anywhere. Unfortunately, I agree.
Fed's Daily says it's not surprising to see some rising credit troubles for some Americans.
I gotcha. Heine vibes. Nice. I got shiny vibes. That's when I think we get regulation in AI too. Like, will they have to will the FBI have to form a task force, try to hunt these people down, like make examples of people? I would assume so. And then if you had if Russians were to do it, what would you do? They have Russian gangs that do kind of that stuff right now, hijack municipal systems around the U.S., stuff like that, demand ransom money. Give me just a minute here. I'm going to go potty real quick. This market's making my eyes bleed already. I'm looking forward, and I'll be right back. I'll talk to you guys what I expect for the rest of the week. I'm like, man, do we do this all week long into Memorial Day?
Anomaly to get inflation with a sub 4% unemployment rate.
Market just starts slowing down into the weekend.
Fed's Bostic says the Fed's climate change focus is to ensure risks understood.
I'll be right back. Give me 5 seconds.
Fed's Daily says it seems completely reasonable to see the unemployment rate go above 4%.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Fed's Barkin says if Congress did authorize a central bank digital currency, the Fed would have to think hard about its design. Fed's Barkin says issues like bank intermediation risks would have to be accounted for in any central bank digital currency. Fed's Daily says I expect house price inflation to come down through the year end.
There we go. I'm back again. It's an Andean principle of reciprocity. I don't know why I'm not being able to say that. I like that. Andean principle of reciprocity. Today for you, tomorrow for me. lifting each other up to higher levels and sharing knowledge, wisdom, serving grows, and all they have to what they need. I like that, man. It's a great name, by the way. I need vibes. Microsoft with a 52-week high. IONQ up 23%. VIX going back down to test its hourly once again. They're going to have to reprice the VIX, aren't they? They have to reprice the VIX to 10. Trade between 10 and 20 on the VIX. Has anybody been discussing that, if that's going to happen or not?
Digital currency could create uncertainty on Fed policy transmission.
We had a low in the VIX of 1587. If we're gonna go higher, they're gonna need to consider repricing that VIX to trade between 10 and 20.
Fed's Bostic says the SVB collapse shows the Fed processes and policies will have to change to become on demand as banks need them.
Anybody out there think that we resolve to the upside? This thing wants to explode, doesn't it? IONQ, yeah, I've looked at I think I've looked at that ticker in the past. IONQ, I like that one. Spyman's just like Spy has its resting bitch face on once again. Like range bound and then explode higher.
Fed's Bostic says there would be operational challenges to a 24/7 opening of the Fed's discount window.
Yeah, it does look like that, right? Like you just explode to 4,300 and then it's like an instant short. Ping. Yeah, IONQ, I talk about that ticker. It's a good ticker. I used to like Taco Bell. I was told that I have to get a Taco Bell membership or something.
Fed's Barkin says the recent use of the discount window is a sign of strength and a signal a bank has access to liquidity.
I'm not I can't afford it anymore. I go to Taco Bell and I'm like $60. I'm like one of those like begrudging Taco Bell late night eaters. Like $5 later, you had Taco Bell. Now it's like, give me $100. I'm like, what? For tacos? I go to a taco joint for those prices. I go to an actual taco joint.
Fed liquidity to be more available and nimble.
Market's quiet. FinTwit quiet. Trying to scare up volatility for today. There isn't any, is there? There just isn't. Tesla made a nice move. GME cranking today. GME trading above its 1 hour. It's daily. It's weekly. GME is getting all hot and sweaty out there. All you GME bulls want to go up there and slam into, what are you guys looking for? $27? 26.77 on GME. Last time GME got up there, it sold off just prior to. Now trading 23.41, looking for 25 or 26 on GME. For the GME up trade to be valid still, it needs to stay above $22.50. $22.50 for that trade to stay alive. Monthly trigger on GME 26.81. If price gets above 26.81, you'd be face ripping. You keep selling off up there, but if you ever get above there, you're looking to attack like in the 40s, right? Low 40s. You're looking to go double dong. Last time you're coming off a daily velocity low, you traded from $15.61 all the way up to $27. Maybe this is the time when you break through on GME.
Fed's Bostic says that AI technology could be helpful to bank supervision.
Theta Gang, man. They're a religious cult. They're zealots. We need to bring Theta Gang, drag them all out in front of the Pantheon and put the lions on them.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Fed's Bostic adds the question that SVB raises is whether the Fed could use big data algorithms and approaches to identify material risks.
IWM getting above its daily trigger. I'm going to talk about IWM really quick here. You got to be quick here. A couple things I want to show you. IWM ripping faces off. Do we finally get resolution? 30-minute chart on IWM. Last time it came up here, I'm just going to bring this over. Major lows in velocity, ripped faces off, traded to $199.23. Can we do this trip once more? IWM coming up for a double top right now. Can it break above 179.37? Next target above 187.20. Can it rip some faces off and close the gap above at 200? Call holders have been holding for 2 or 3 months now are waiting. Major consolidation to the downside over here. Bears telling you that the market is going to crash. Big old bear flag. Too easy of a setup. If IWM can break above 179.23, it is the leading indicator for the market at large. If it goes up, SPY's going to follow. Qs will follow. They might underperform, but they're going to follow. Or not Qs, or like Qs might underperform, but they'll still follow. SPY has not been overperforming. Kind of middle of the road. IWM's been underperforming. All eyes likely on small craps right now on the Russell Crowe. That target on IWM is 179.34. Big moments here for the stock market. See if IWM can actually get above that weekly. Last time it did that, when it ripped some faces off up there, was January 10th. January 10th. Yeah. And SPY, man. Oh boy, January 10th. That's when SPY went up and slapped the high the last time up there. 418 and change. It just grabbed the SPY and was like, come with me. Russell Crowe is like, I'll save you. I think I should just check in. I think I should just check in every like 15 minutes on. I was thinking of doing this weekend. I was like, do I get really annoying on FinTwit? And just like every half an hour set up like a bot that says debt ceiling talks going well, debt ceiling talks not going well, debt ceiling talks going well, debt ceiling talks not going well. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you again. Checking in to say hi. I love you. You know that. Dude, so my cat died, right? And my dogs, dude. My dogs knew that something was up. And they've been loving on my daughters, like crawling up on them, cuddling with my daughters, protecting them. Even the animals know. Does IWM save the S&P 500 in tech? Some weirdness with Alexa going on right now. Probably got a neighbor with one of those zero key things. You guys know about those things? What are they called? Those zero devices? And like walk up to start drive up to somebody's house in your neighborhood, or just be like, you just be in your neighborhood and like hack into somebody's Wi-Fi. You don't even hack, you just press a button and boom, you're in. Yeah, Flipper Zero. Someone out there knows what that is. You guys all know what a Flipper Zero is? I watch those guys on YouTube and I'm like, I think, I'm not going to say there's someone in the stream that I think has a Flipper Zero. He said he used to go out, he would travel a lot, and he's like, I'd go into hotels and just turn it on and see who didn't have security on the public Wi-Fi they were using. And he'd just like be breaking into people's laptops all over the hotel. Yeah, I think the Flipper Zero is just a PCI card, isn't it? It's like a PCI card, or was it? I think it might be a just an Adreno. Oh yeah. No, yeah, it just runs a bunch of common passwords and does a handshake with a security key until it gets a handshake. And oftentimes you'll have like a camera at your house or a ring door, not a ring doorbell, but some of these doorbells. I got a bee flying around my office. I don't know how it got in my house, but I got a bee flying around in my office. Somehow made its way in here. Yeah, if you ever have a chance, check that thing out, the Flipper Zero, whatever it's called. Check out some videos on that stuff. It's kind of wild. If you're poor, you probably want to own one.
At the new Democrat coalition lunch tomorrow. So again, Axios reporting Fed's Powell due to speak tomorrow at the new Democrat coalition lunch.
Hey, Chase, what's going on? If you broadcast your SSID, you deserve it. Yeah, it looks like they're Yeah, dogs are great, man. I love my dogs.
So the CDS panel rules the Credit Suisse sale to UBS didn't trigger a payout. So again, CDS rules that Credit Suisse's sale to UBS didn't trigger a payout.
Whole bunch of vol above here. This is definitely going to take IWM to get above this stuff. We can go up there and trade it, but you want that blast above up here to consolidate. This is going to take IWM probably. Keep your eyes on IWM. Fed's Powell is now to speak at the new Democrat coalition lunch tomorrow. That's Axios chiming in with that. Going to expect him to probably try to thwart whatever is released on Wednesday during the minutes. Now you even have the Fed discussing using AI in the banking system. Everybody's got AI now, huh? That's what it seems like. So Disney with a nice bounce. Coming into trade 91.74. Keep an eye on Disney. Disney wants to get back to 96.59. If Disney can get above 91.74 and hold it, 91.74 and hold it.
For families, that the insurance is not structured to meet all use cases.
This stream is sponsored by.
It's almost there. It's not guaranteed here, but it is on the bottom of its negative velocity. Disney. If any of you have followed along with buying Rocket Lab out there, it has a 3 trigger cluster above 5 trigger clusters. It just went through in Rocket Lab. Trading right now at 498. My own personal price target on Rocket Lab is $7.91, somewhere in there.
And Fed's Bostic suggests that businesses could have separate deposit thresholds in reference to the FDIC deposit insurance.
Hang tight 1 second here.
Fed's Bostic says the Fed has had a lot of tightening over the past year and don't want to presuppose what any slowdown will look like. And also comments from a White House official who say that any debt ceiling solution must be able to secure Democratic votes, not just House Freedom Caucus. And Bostic just reaffirming that the Fed has done a lot of tightening and that policy acts with lag. Says he's comfortable waiting a little bit to see how the economy plays out.
Hang tight 1 second, I got to take this phone call.
And more from this White House official who say that House Speaker McCarthy's team last week moved in a more partisan direction. Biden continues to look for a bipartisan solution to the debt ceiling. And Fed's Barkin will not prejudge the June meeting outcome. So Barkin making no comments on the June meeting outcome. So the White House meeting with GOP negotiators on the debt limit has now ended. So again, reports from the White House that the meeting with Republican negotiators on the debt limit has now ended. Fed's Barkin also comments that he is still looking to be convinced that inflation is in a steady decline.
Just a word to you here if you're out there looking for a trade. KRE. KRE on its sell-off. Remember doom and gloom on KRE? Regional banks. KRE price on 1 5-minute hourly daily trigger. Price currently at 40.15. Trying to break out and above and trade to 49.83, $50. 30-minute right now, coming into its daily trigger. Can it break above is the question. Price now trading $40.17, looking for a squeeze on KRE. Can it go all the way and trade $50 and go up 20%? KRE.
So we are just under 10 minutes away now to the bottom of the hour, where we're expecting comments from German Finance Minister Lindner.
Ooh, I bet Mike Barry's at home right now going, woohoo! Printed for daddy. Hang tight one more second. KRE, baby. KRE wants to squeeze so bad. I wonder if Barry's going to come on FinTwit right now and say anything.
So just seeing a Fox reporter on Twitter citing a colleague says that, so that's a GOP representative McHenry on the debt ceiling being cited, says there's still not an agreement on major items and don't think there's any interest in delaying these difficult conversations. So again, this is coming from a Fox reporter citing a colleague on Twitter.
It'd be awesome if, it'd be awesome as if the news just stopped covering this entire debt ceiling thing. Like all the news organizations just went dark on this. You'd piss off every politician out there. No grandstanding for any of them. Chase Winter is saying market is going to dump hard on debt ceiling resolution. A lot of liquidity leaves market after the squeeze. I think my own take on this is that the moment that it's announced that the deal is made, we squeeze up, and then we roll over. I think the 401ks won't even feel it. I think it'll be like bump in the road. I think the stock market will feel it, but and then we get the initial squeeze, and then it's roll it. Well, I say that, but then I'm like, yeah. I mean, if we were at 4,300 and we got the debt market deal was done, I'd be like, yeah, sell it all right now and that, right where we are. I don't think you get the squeeze on debt ceiling talks if we're trading 4,300. I think we just sell the news. So Chase saying the market is going to dump hard on debt ceiling resolution. A lot of liquidity leaves market after the squeeze. Well, after the squeeze. I see what you're saying. I think maybe we're on the same page on that one, Chase.
So we're now 5 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where we're expecting comments from German Finance Minister Lindner.
I think it's like, I always feel like it's like you tell me the price and I'll tell you what the news is going to be. Certainly not seeing any fear out there, right? People are like, we're holding 420. Yeah, it's Queen Victoria Day in Canada land, baby. National Patriots Day in Quebec. That's right. I saw some people talking about that on FinTwit this morning. No, I don't see it. I don't see it. I see it like, I see like the consolidation and the SPY and then a squeeze to somehow, I don't care what the news is that gets us to 4,300, but like it gets there one way or another. I don't care if it's like 4,300, then debt ceiling news drops and we trade down from there, or we're trading 4,200 and then we get a squeeze to 43 and then sell from there. I feel like price kind of matters here. I think you would have already seen the front running of selling too. Well, I think you would have seen it. I think you like would have seen that ping on 420 and then immediate selling into that debt ceiling news. Yeah, we have what do we have, Winky? We got I've got 427.50 on SPY, and Winky has 418 and some change. He has an exact number. We look at it just like we look at we're looking at it just like, remember when Tesla was like, we're going to trade to 420, and it was just lower than 420, right? A few dollars before. Like you promise everybody 430, and then a few dollars in, wham, they just nail you. We think it's somewhere in there too, before we actually get to that number. No, there should be a squeeze. There should be a squeeze. Well, there should be. If we're trading 427 to 428, I don't think we get the squeeze. And the only other thing, I guess, if you're more upside than that, then if you're like, I don't believe you cap like 427, 428. We should. I haven't done the math, but what is that? What is that on SPX? Anybody know what that is on SPX? Because SPX, that would be that 4,300. Was it 4,306 on the JPM collar? That's like the big fly in the ointment. I know it was hilarious too. Like all the bears were on the JPM collar trade. And then as soon as the new one came out for the quarter that listed 4306, I think it was 4306, bears just got quiet. It was like, fuck that trade. Do not talk about it on FinTwit anymore. Because no one wants to say we're going to 43.6, right? 43.06 on SPX. Oh, baby. The Holy Croissant spreading the love. Gifted 10 tier 1 subs to the community. He's gifted a total of 81 subs in our community so far. 81 subs he's gifted. He just gifted a bunch to, he gifted subs to who? Cy Fades, Ty Ford, Beartown Sheriff, Chunk LaFunk, Wilson McNasty, NT the 727, Pac-Man 182, Easy Money 26, Owl Master 08, and Garpang. Woo! Evan Harrington became a member today. Tomas became a member. Monetary People has followed. Dis Ain't What You Want has subscribed on YouTube. Super Bullman became a member on YouTube. Big Timer 9855 subscribed. Rowit gifting a tier 1 sub to a Neho or a Neo or Neo. Yeah, it's probably happening. 4,300. I can see it. I see it. I see it happening. It'd be really nice to you just go into summertime. You bought in January, right, or December, whenever it was you bought, right? Run it up into end of May, early June. Slam 430. Take the money. Take the summer off. Let everybody else chase through the summer. It all wraps itself up real nice and neat. You get the debt ceiling solved June 1st, or even into Memorial Day weekend. All these senators go and do their things back home. Nice, neat package. Bears get to come out and go, woo! We sold on that news into June, baby. We were right. Just took a few weeks longer than we expected. Everybody's happy. Was it enough to squeeze it up today? There's let's take a look. See what's going on. You've got massive puts. I mean, massive, dude. There's 500,000 zero-date puts trying to pin the market here. This is all from a bank, fucking just trying to fucking pin the market, or a bank or dealers, just hedging this market from going higher. Those puts are worth 34 cents right now. If they want those to print into the end of day, they'll print, but they're going to murder them first, and then they'll print them in the end of day. Us trading sideways like this points towards a lower close today. But you need to get those puts down. The idea here is that they pin the market on a Monday. They pin it out, right? And then these puts go to not zero, but 10 cents, 15 cents, and then they print them into the end of the day. You want to see what's out there? Yeah. Hold on here. Oh, there it is right there. 4250, or excuse me, 4245. 4252. 4265. There's a band right up there. 4280. 4280. Right up there. Nice. Cyfades jumped on Twitch. There's no delay on Twitch. There's like a 4-second delay. Twitch is kind of nice. You'll like it. Takes some getting used to, but it's nice. Yeah, I've got the 4400 chase. I've got that as a top target. I don't talk about it here much. Actually, I've got higher than that too. I've got all-time highs coming into play too. Figure we take it one step at a time. I don't want to be out there. I don't want to be out there telling people where we are likely going. I don't want to make promises I can't keep. 44 is on deck right now. It's like 4400 chase is on the radar right now. There's an even bigger move. But we'll take it as it comes, as they present themselves. There's a return to normalizing the market. I just don't like talking about it, man, because you know how it is. Like, it's like when somebody's out there like, we're gonna crash. It's not a good thing to do. It's like, let's trade the levels down, let's trade the levels up. Same thing goes for bulls. Like, I hate to like come on the show and be like, yeah, we're going all-time highs, dude. We have a normalized market being returning right now. As long as we stay above this number, there's your all-time highs. It's right there. There's a scenario, bro, where all these hedge funds and banks didn't jump on this train. They'll come into the market with size. They did it in 2020, they did it as well. Like 2020, if you see all the big boys' money, they come in late. This whole thing right here. You ever get a chance, man, get this book for yourself. Hedge Fund Market Wizards does a pretty good job of talking about like size always comes in late. That's the real risk to bears, is that you get those big fat like flows into the market. Yeah, you know who put out something was Jedi Marcus. I retweeted it last week. Jedi Marcus was like, yeah, we got gaps down below, but we got some fucking giant gaps on high. He posted every one of those gaps, and there's that trade. I mean, it's there. I just don't like talking about it because I'm like, if we don't go up there and close them, you're like making promise. You're just making promises that don't come true right now. Yeah, grab that book. You want to read that book. You want to read that book in relation to what took place the latter half of 2022 and where we are right now. It'll be a good lesson for you. Or at least, especially if you're bearish, it's a good one to read. I had to read it because at the time when I was buying the dips down there, I was like, I was like into the beginning of the year, I was having self-doubts, and Jedi, this is the same guy, man. Jedi was like, you have to read this book. And so I read it, and I was like, oh man, this guy's answering my questions for me. Like an old guy trying to pass down some information to a younger guy, be like, here, have you read this? I'm like, fuck no, I haven't read it. And dropping knowledge. So worth the read. H-Bomb, how are you doing, brother? Joey Donut in the house right now. How's everybody doing today? You working today? What do you do for work, H-Bomb? I think you told me before. What do you do for work?
So CNN citing 2 Republican lawmakers says no other debt ceiling talks are planned before the Biden-McCarthy meeting later today. So White House did report this would be happening at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
I was coming into so I forget the other book. So trying to think of the other book. It was either Reminiscence of a Stock Operator or something was talking. I think it was that book. And then they discuss it again in this book. It talks about. Here, hold on a second. I want to hack this all up. But basically, it talks about like the king, right, and setting prices, and the jester. And the idea of how markets operate, basically, and like who comes in first to buy the dip. Like you have the crash, you have the stabilization of prices, you have a crash, and then it's like, who's down there buying that stuff? Who are the people that are down there? Like who was buying those major dips? Who was in there buying Tesla? This is a key point. Like who was down at $100 buying Tesla? How do you identify who those people are, and how long are they in for, and who comes in after them, and where does the price go from there? Now, even if we make another leg down, like who's doing this stuff in the background? Is it fake, right? Am I buying 345 and I'm just going to get rolled down one more leg down? And I'm going to get trapped. I'm trying to like put some real money in the market, and I'm like, I don't want to get fucked up in this trade, right? Yeah, the Cap ETF's been doing quite well overall, right? Over time. Joe Donut's here right now. Joe, say something like, how like generally speaking, how does the ETF do over the years? Yeah, he said something. I don't want to. We're starting the new ETF, man. I don't want to tell these people this because I'm like, I don't want to tell them like, when we look back on it, it's like, yeah, we had one miss, but then we had 9 that won. But not only did they win, there's no way that I would have stayed in them for where they actually went. They went to like 200%, 100% trades, like monster trades. Some even higher. Some were like 1,000 fucking percent. That crazy shit. It was fucking stupid, right? We like looked back to when we called them and then where they went, and it was like, I remember we were selling out of them, and I was like, I ain't doing this anymore. It's good enough for me. Let's find some more. Yeah, 1,000% bangers. I don't want to tell people that. I want to like, dude, when we put this shit on the website, we'll just let these guys like watch it over 2-3 years, just see how this stuff goes. We'll just like, yeah, dude, they were bangers. Was it like you want to outperform people? This algorithm outperforms everything. High multiples, not like 10%, not 100%. Yeah. Yeah, we have the new, let's look at the new ETF list. We have some time. Let's check out the new ETF list. See how those bad boys are doing. Your boy KRE over here. Oh, Mike Burry, man. Mike Burry looking to make some moves. We got Duolingo. Woo-wee. Trading 154.70 off its hourly trigger. Hopefully you can jump back in on 139.37, but it just keeps riding its hourly up. And it's not done yet. It's not done yet. I want you to pay attention to something here. You can see here where Duolingo starts to top out. I want you to pay attention to this too. Like, see the idea here? It goes under its hourly and the trade is dead. It confirms with the move lower. So currently right now, Duolingo, as long as it stays above 150 bucks, trade's still on. And whenever it does roll, if you're in these trades, we're going to be looking at these every Saturday, but if you're in these trades, if you see a roll on the 1 and 5 minute, let me know, because we'll go back and look to see the exact. As of today, as long as Duolingo is above 150 bucks, trade is still up. Trade is still up. Monster. We're looking for this action for the trade to be dead, and then a rebuy down below in the daily. And the velocity on Duolingo still has room to run. It's a little salty right now. It's at $19.23 on velocity, and it can go higher though. We know it can go up to like plus 50. Nari. Been talking about Nari. We talked about, matter of fact, we were in a meeting this weekend talking about Nari. We said take the profit on Nari up here at 72 bucks. Looks like you all took the profit and ran on Nari. It's back to another buy zone right down here with stops underneath. Looks like this dip was once again bought on Nari. We have this charted out on a different charting. We have this charted out on Webull. And this is where an alert was set to buy Nari once again. Personally, I like the idea of taking this trade on Nari. Not so much right here, but I like it above. $65 for that trade higher. But even so, if you bought this dip on Nari today, as long as we don't trade below this ascending trend line, you're good to go. So you just put a stop underneath this ascending trend line. Nari's still another dip bought once again today. DoorDash trading $68 right now. They stepped right back in again on the same thing as Nari, right? Just buying that trend, baby. And they just keep buying it. Bought again today, going back up to retest highs once again at $69. We have these actually charted somewhere else. Toast. Same thing, right? Accumulation to the upside. These dips just continue to be bought. The dip was bought once again on its weekly and daily trigger. It's getting a little long in the tooth right now. I'd be looking for a pullback soon on Toast. They're going to try to close that gap above, up here at $23 and $25. We'll look to see if Toast is going to just keep ripping face off or look for a better dip buy down below. Be careful of this one right here. It's going to get kind of wild. OSCR being bought on its trend line. Shocker, right? 1 buy, 2 buys, 3 buys on May 9th. Looking itself to close a gap, which it's doing right now. This is long in the tooth. Oscar Health at $8, but it's got a bigger target on high now of $8.71. It has another target above at $9.95, another one at $10.76, $11.85, and then the big bad boy up here, woo-wee, $16.27. And it's got targets everywhere up there, man. $29, $35. All kinds of work being done on this one. All kinds of work being done on Oscar. Keeps following daily trend to the upside. Right now, the rebuy in is $6.77 on Oscar. IONQ ripping faces off. 30-minute chart came up, consolidated. Remember we talked about Tesla, right? It has its hourly helping it to break through its monthly trigger. This is the same idea behind Tesla. We want to see IONQ pull back and at least recheck $9.63. FIP. We're not catching any knives around here, are we? We're trading trend tickers. Rebuy in again on FIP is at $3.15. It just keeps making new highs. Right now, making a new high, looking to attack $3.59 FIP. Look at these, all green, baby. Green across the board. You've got a 4 trigger cluster down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trigger cluster on P core. Looking to close gaps up on high as well at $60.97, $62.64. The big kahuna is in the high 60s, $67. We've got HCP, another 4 trigger cluster. We're looking to close out above, right? Just cleaned out all the shorts at 33.16, looking for 34.85, and then again above at 36.58. Buy the dip down here in the weekly, trading the hourly at 32.32 to go higher right now. HCP. SHLS making gains now above its weekly. Very bullish on this ticker. SHLS waiting for its daily to come up. If its daily crosses 23, right, as long as this ticker stays above this $23, we're looking to blast above this 25.16 and start cleaning out some of these shorts. $25, $26, $29, $30.97. SHLS getting extremely bullish here. Extremely emotional. Keep your eyes on this. Set some alerts down here at like 22 and a half, 23 and some change. CFLT. Woo! Calm down, CFLT. Calm down. Trading 28.51. Called this ticker out already before we did any of this noise. CFLT still alive if it comes back to trade 27.16. Has a massive bull cross on the daily and weekly down below at 23.64. Closing out shorts here at $29. Next target above 33. Then we got a whole bunch of shit. $39. Oh man, dude. $56. I'm not even going to show you where that thing's probably going. Look at this one right here. Huge bull cross on SMRT. Massive bull cross. This is disgusting. Have daily crossing the weekly trigger here. Trading $3.55. Will it cool off? If it can get back down to $2.99, trying to close $5.50. SMRT. That's just gross and disgusting. I don't even want to. I'm embarrassed to even show these things. I'll be honest with you. Home run. Click. Home run. Dink. Home run. Wham. Dink, dink, dink. Guy's playing with a corked baseball bat over there. Damn, I got it set for only skippable ads right now on YouTube. This might be forced. I read an article this past week that said YouTube is going to force ads on you. Did you guys see that shit? I don't even think I'm getting the revs on that. Let me see if I can find that article. They were saying that at some point they're going to launch permanently unskippable ads on YouTube. I'll see if I can pull that article up. That might be rolling out right now. Insane. Yeah, I think I'll find the article right now. I read an article that was on Reddit about this. Let me see if I can find the newest story on this. It says 4 days ago, YouTube is if you're watching YouTube on TV, YouTube is introducing 30-second unskippable ads. Dude, I'm looking at those tickers right now. That shit is so impressive. Just home run after home run after home run after home run. It's bizarre. There was I was reading another conversation yesterday. People were talking about YouTube switching over to huge monetization of shorts. Like they don't want a live streamer, and like they want me to like cut clips out and just start like posting like minute clips and 5-minute clips, 30-second clips, and just like ramming them down the throats of people so they can push those shorts. And then they're going after viewers with like I don't have any control over. Like, so I want you to know on the back end. Here, I'll show you my back end. I'll just take a screenshot of it right now. Hold on. So just on my back end, I have skippable ads highlighted, but non-skippable. I unclicked those this morning, and so they're forcing them on you right now, and I have no control over that, which is kind of bizarre because it's kind of showing two things. It's saying that YouTube cares mostly about the TikTok type videos, live streams. Go fuck yourself, I guess, from YouTube. It kind of like forces a viewer to switch. I think it forces viewers to switch to Twitch, and that's why we're streaming on Twitch too. You can go over there and have an ad-free experience. Yeah, there's my back end. It's dirty brown. Yeah, they want that TikTok money, right? Abso-fucking-lutely. Like YouTube, you can see it from my end as a content creator for YouTube. It looks to me like they're even like, "Hey man, if you do 1-minute clips, we'll monetize those for you." I don't see like a lot of money. There are some people in this channel that have access to my revenues. They can see my revenues, and I don't make any money like from YouTube. $100 a month. And then I make money from it's like the ads I get maybe $100 a month. And then on the membership thing that I'm doing right now, $100, $200 maybe. When it's all said and done, that's not even pre-tax or what I pay to have someone do the accounting on it. So I'm probably making less than 100 on that. And there's 2 or 3 people in here that can see my revs. My revs are basically user supported. When you guys tip me, like donate to me, that's when I make my money. I don't rely on and then Amazon. I tried that shit. That shit was like $10. I was like, it's not even worth the time to be making videos on that stuff. I'm like, losing proposition. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's why you have to trade. You're not gonna make any money if you don't trade. Yeah, the Amazon ads will work. When we launch the website, that's the key, right? When we launch the website, we'll do videos and reviews of books. I'm going to save those for when we have the website. What I'll do is I'm going to make a video and we'll do like chapter by chapter. I was thinking that I would maybe read these things, like read a book to you. Just, you know, an example would be Hedge Fund Market Wizards with Captain Jim James. Hopefully this book finds you up late at night, needing the voice of concern at your bedside to put you to sleep. I just also want to say to your wife, if she's listening right now, I'll see you on Friday. Preface. This volume is part of my continuing effort to meet with exceptional traders to better understand the elements underlying their success and what differentiates them from the multitude of pedestrian market participants. I'll just put you to sleep. I'll rock you to bed and every night. So I'll make that video. We'll put it on the website. Then we'll do the Amazon link on the website. Maybe that'll work. Your wife's going to be like, get that pig off next to the bed. I don't want to listen to him talk. Oh, hello there. I'll pull down my big pipe and I'll blow bubbles while I read to you at nighttime. Audiobooks with Jim James. Yeah, there's the book I was talking about was Hedge Fund Market Wizards. And I will read that book to you. If I don't know if I can do the full audiobook. If I can, I will. If I don't, if I can't, what I'll do is I've been writing or highlighting sections in it. And what I'll do is I'll highlight things that I found important. And Victor Niederhoff is same kind of guy. You like take it in doses. And maybe I'll just read sections of it that were important to me. And then we'll put those videos up on the website. And if you decide to buy it so that you can read it or reference it in the future, that we'll have that for you. Right now, I can't do it because I don't make any money doing it. It's like, and it's intensive. It's probably going to take me, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 hours to do those books. Maybe I should listen to that instead of the Great British Baking. Here, I'll show it to you right now again. Ready? I think I actually have a link to this book. Let me see. I think my wife gave me a link, an Amazon link to this book. Maybe my wife can get me that link or something. Hedge Fund Market Wizards. I found it very poignant while buying the dip in the end of 2022, heading into 2023. Another bullplane alert on the spy. Man, dude, those stock picks, dude. I'm still sorry to stroke myself in stream, but IWM again making an attack for 179.39 right now. We'll see, man. This is going to be an unexpected move for bears. This will create volatility to the upside if IWM is able to break above 179.35. That is where shorts are. They're up here right now. Yeah, it's a good book, Career Low. It was poignant to look back at, read that book again, or if you've already read it, try to read it, reread it, and look back on the end of 2022. Thanks, Bebop. Boring day in the stock market today. Had some excitement on the open. Not much going on, man. Just up, down, coil, right? Up, down, coil. Looking for resolution to the up or down side. Stock picks doing very well today. Oh, this is so hilarious. White House debt limit negotiating team has arrived at the White House. White House negotiating team entering the front door of the White House. White House negotiating team served water out of cups at the White House. BlackRock moves from overweight to neutral on credit. RBOB gasoline futures jumped 2.6 to 2.6422 as summer driving season set to begin. They get like play-by-play on these debt ceiling negotiations, man. I'm like, what is that? SPY trading 419.30, looking for a squeeze to retest the previous highs on the days. Can they do it? Bulls all day long. Bull cross, bear cross, bull cross, bear cross, bull cross, bear cross, all day long. Bull cross, bear cross. Meanwhile, hourly trigger just keeps floating up and floating up. Climbing the wall of worry. Oh, dude, Mr. Driver just became a member. Right on, brother. How you doing, Mr. Driver? What's going on, brother? Poker Ready 21 followed on Twitch. Dilo Bar followed on Twitch. Short Y or Short We followed on Twitch. Mr. Driver, how you doing out there, brother? I believe that BlackRock could be buying real estate in Ukraine. That doesn't shock me. I watch these like Yale will have an author on. They'll do like an author series, and these authors will get in the nitty gritty, dirty discussions about their past histories, and in their economics department will put on ex bank insiders. And a lot of these guys will talk about the fall of the USSR and how you had big banks have offices in these countries. One of the discussions one of these, I don't know what you call them, like a YouTube video series that Yale put. Like Yale does a video series where they'll do a discussion or a panel. And one of these guys was like, I worked for Goldman Sachs, and they sent me to Russia at the time, USSR. We had a small office, and as the country collapsed, the state was giving away shares, public shares, to all these state-run companies. And it became kind of a joke in Russia. People were trading them amongst each other on the streets. Like, this share is worth $1. I'll trade it to you for 50 cents. And then the mafia was buying up all these shares of these large conglomerates. And so the mafioso, right, in Russia had like rooms full of shares in large oil and gas companies, was the one this guy was talking about. And they were buying them for like pennies on the dollar. And this guy from Goldman Sachs and his partners, as the USSR was collapsing, was doing business with the mafia and buying all these shares up. And the mafia said, no, we're not going to sell them all to you, but we'll sell a portion of them to you. We want money. And so what they did was they did these deals. It was really gross and disgusting. And U.S. banks, man, they went into business with these people that now control these oligarchs and this mafia that now controls the government in Russia and all these large conglomerates. And then, of course, there was a crash in Russia, and they got out of all the. I guess they won a bunch of money, these U.S. banks, and they lost a bunch of money. These mafia guys, they kind of like raped these companies for everything they were worth, right? So like the stock market went crazy high, and then you found out, I forget the exact reason why at this point, but basically they had just stolen profits from these companies. And then I guess Goldman Sachs got caught up in this. Some other banks got caught up in this. They said, we're never going to do this again. I'm assuming that they're doing that right now in Ukraine. Again, out of greed. Hey, thanks, Mr. Driver. Cured you of your permavere virus. Right on, brother. Yeah, you can be a bear. You can be sell side. You can trade sell side, but you know, like the bull Kool-Aid and the bear Kool-Aid, we got to get rid of that shit. Like, it's not just perma bear. It's like perma bull, perma bear, and trade what's in front of you. White House debt limit team. I just imagined Jay Powell as the line leader. Now I'm just reading these. I'm reading these headlines in the background here, and I'm like, you know, team shows up, team opens front door, team being served water, like punch bowl type shit. Liquidation break in the market just now.
US House Speaker McCarthy says we do not have a deal. So McCarthy there saying we don't have a deal.
Senator McCarthy saying no deal right now.
To the tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
McCarthy, again, we do not have a deal. He's due to be having a meeting with Biden tonight following the close at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time. So this is just coming after his meeting with negotiators. McCarthy there again saying we don't have a deal. Decisions have to start being made, he does say.
McCarthy saying no deal right now. I'm not in any trades today. I'm just sitting here watching the market. No interest in this sideways movement. No interest in the debt ceiling talks.
From the Fed reverse repo facility.
It might take 9 attempts at the deal. Bears trying once again to break the hourly trigger. Been trying all day long. They tried it on Friday. Trying it on Monday. They're trying everything today. They tried AI. They tried like a Pentagon thing earlier today. Now they're trying McCarthy saying no deal. You also have it. They have a meeting at 4:30. Time has now changed to 5:30 per financial juice. The 4:30 was the time listed on the economic calendar. Now now they're disputing that claim of 4:30. The time is at 5:30. Deal on again, deal off again, deal on again, deal off again. Meanwhile, you've got hedge funds trying desperately to sell this market at 420.
105 counterparties taking 2 spots.
They'll make any kind of bullshit reason up. I can just imagine I'm just imagining right now, past 2 days, all I'm imagining is that there's some hedge fund out there that's like, slam it down, slam it down, slam it down, slam it down. Must be bearish. Odds that they actually default about as good as bears get in their 1800. Yeah, I agree with that too. I think the odds of that happening are very slim. We saw something like this too. When we saw something like this was when did we see this last? I remember them doing some shit like this a couple weeks ago. Then we finally got a roll over the next day into the close or something. I think like 2 days later. It's like, just keep doing it until it works. Catch them off guard. Second attempt on today to sell the market on anything. They'll take anything they can do, just anything, just make some shit up. Do some AI generated news. It's probably what's his name out there? Who just got taken on that what do you call it, that Heidelberg news? It's probably Carl Icahn out there just hitting the sell button like slam, revenge sell. Yeah, I have no interest here. I figured, I told myself so when we opened up on Friday, I closed some calls. I took a straddle on Friday, and then I leaned into some puts. Then later in the day, I put some more puts and calls on, I think, and they both sides burned into the bell on Friday. Wound up kind of up in the day, not a ton though. And then my thesis here is heading into this week is just kind of watch this market for the next few days. Watch it digest. Even on the open this morning, I didn't take the trade up. I didn't take the trade down over here. None of this stuff. I want nothing to do with this stuff. It's like garbage trading. Yeah, let's take a look at TLT. You want to take a look at TLT? Look at it right now. TLT. It's almost at a buy point. It's starting to flatten out right now. Let's take a look at it.
So in 10 minutes' time now, we do expect to hear comments from ECB's to costs.
SPY right back to the point of control on the day. Once again on the pivot point. Boy, I mean, I'll tell you what, the fuckery today knows no bounds. No bounds. Just trapping people. You can like see this coming a mile away, right? TLT, let's take a look at it. See what we can glean here. Nice shout out inside a stream. Nice dip buys down. Let me move this stuff down here. Kind of looking for these lows down here, right? Nice little low right here. Buy a dip. We're almost there to start looking to re-enter TLT. So, TLT for this trade, what are we looking for? We're almost there. Where are we at right here? Like, is this the place to buy TLT? I don't think, I'll be honest with you, I don't think that it is. What I'd like to see here, if you're at home, what I would like to see here, it's close. It's getting there. Looking for that next TLT trade. Before entering it, you want to get prepped for it, I guess, right? You want to see the trade go above 101.40. That could be slightly lower. But you want to see if it consolidates and shows the way higher. So hold on here. You want to see this first here. So somewhere up in here we'll take set an alert on this.
House Speaker McCarthy says negotiators meeting was productive this morning.
TLT extended trading hours crossing horizontal line, crossing above, crossing up, crossing up.
US House Speaker McCarthy says we will continue working, not at a deal.
Once per bar, once per minute. TLT. Long question mark. Okay, so I have an alert set here. You really want to see like price be able to get above and then show you the way to enter that trade. Price target above 103. Though I do like that trade. We've been squeezing. I like that trade back up here again. I like that trade to 108, 107. There's some speed bumps at 103, 104, 105 more than likely. 105, nice round number. I think it still has more down to go. I think TLT is going to go to. If you want what I think happens, I think TLT makes a new low in the 90s, dude. 89. I have 89 as a target on it.
Time now we do expect to hear comments from ECB's DeCos.
And I don't like the pair trade on TLT either. With debt ceiling shit, I don't like TLT. So we'll set an alert there. My own personal, my thought process here, I don't think that the debt ceiling negotiations help TLT. I'm contra that trade. I think we see like $89 on TLT. If you disagree, let me know. But I see your point here. Hey, STT Voyager, you're on the chat, brother. Are you on the chat or no? STT Voyager, man, there's a button. Damn it. Hold on, STT Voyager. Hang tight, brother. There you go, STT Voyager. Just make a comment, STT Voyager. Don't join. Just make a comment. STT Voyager is a big supporter of the stream. He gets an automatic moderator. he supports the stream. He doesn't need to be a member. He's good. We'll just make him a moderator. Spy bouncing right back. Once again. Make a comment, STT Voyager. Spy with the bounce once again. Winky dropping in right now saying he's doing a shout out on Zim. We'll look at Jim. STT Voyager's all pumped. I love you too. Oh. Ooh, Zim. Zim. I gotta look at Zim on a higher time frame, don't I, Wink? Yeah, you're right, Winky, huh? Winky's calling it right here. I see what you're dropping, Winky. Hold on a second here. I'm looking at it in the background. So let's look at Zim. Good call out, Winky. Winky brought up Zim in the chat. Spy getting squeezy out there. Okay, so Zim. Yeah, okay. Zim right now. Some nice dip buys on Zim when we're at the bottom of bearish velocity. It's getting there. You can see where right in here we have some bearish velocity down here trading at 29.70. It can dip a little bit more. I'm not anti-seeing it dip slightly more.
Futures, Forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
I'd be wary at buying it at its current price. There might be a trade if it can get above its 1 and 5 minute. So right in here. If it can get above its 1 and 5 minute, so just currently it has to get above 1504 to trade 1663. It's worth keeping on your radar. But it could get more, here's an example of it. I'll give you the first leg and then one more quick dip. So keep your eyes on it. It's worth watching. On the 1 and 5 minute that you have at home, it just had its earnings and sold to the depths of hell. Man, I see what you're saying, Wink. $11.71. Trading $14.83. It's getting close, isn't it? Its opening price was $11.41. Long-term hold, Zim. What can you tell us here, Winky? It needs to settle down. I agree with it. Their earnings wasn't good. What do they say in their earnings? Sly Rabbit saying they pay a variable dividend plus is really company so far and tax withheld in the dividend. Set an alert down there, though, on Zim at 11. Or not, I think it's 11:40, 11. I wouldn't say 11:40. I'd set an alert at $12. I haven't read their earnings yet. I'll have to read it tonight.
Some way to go to tighten monetary policy, and interest rates will have to remain in restrictive territory for an extended period to achieve the inflation goal.
Does anybody know what the days to cover is on Zim? Stacy F was telling Winky, I think there are a lot of shorts last week expiration for Zim. Saying they had a shit earnings and the dividend wasn't great, so that is why people are selling it and probably pick some up at 12. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at too, Winky. I'm interested in it down there too. How often in stock market do we get back to red years? Back-to-back red years? Very rare. It's a good question.
Period for a prolonged time.
I got something cool for you guys.
Well advanced, but still a way to go. So just repeat there.
I missed that. Let me see what he just said. Dixie fell off for a minute there. Let's something that's kind of fascinating, like a simple way to answer that question. It's a good question. Like, how do I simplify that for people? Hang tight. We'll look at it. It's a very good question. I have an answer to that. This is the Dow Jones Industrial Average. This is going all the way back to 1897. It's an important one to look at for two reasons. This is a 12-month chart on the Dow Jones Industrial Average. There's two key points to make here. You don't see many red bars here, do you? And even on these red bars, there was a buyable dip. So even though you see a red bar here, you see that they tried to buy it, right? There's another one where they tried to buy it. There's another one where they tried to buy it. So the idea here is even when you get a red year, you'll see a dip buyers will show up, right? This is 2000. This is 2008. There's one big red bar, right? But they're rare is my point. You don't see many of them. You don't see many of them like 1, 2, 3. They're a rare occurrence. Historically, they're a rare occurrence. We just had a major one is my point here. We had two major ones, right? We had this one back here. This was 2020. And it got really bought, right? 2021 though, first red bar in many years. 1, 2, 3, 4 years. This is even pre-COVID. And what do you see happening on this year is it's currently being bought. So how often do we see those major red bars? Not too frequently. And when when that previous 12 months was a red year, it's not too frequent. It's infrequent. And there's probably a dip to buy even if the next one is red. There's like a dip to buy that year is the point. So not that frequent. It's a good question. The odds are on your side that if you had a red year, that your second year, the odds are in your favor that it's not going to be a red year. Not guaranteed, but if you're looking at probability, good question, by the way. I think the key point here is, can you expect more red years after? Yes. Like if we're looking at just like the probability, when you have a bad year, like so, if like you got like Larry Williams is great at this, right? He's like on average this month is your best month. On average this month is your worst month. And then if you let's say on your best month, right? Let's say you say May is our best month of the year for returns. Let's say May is one of our best months of the year for returns. And you make that statement, right? And you like break out 24 or 48 previous Mays, and you go, look, all these Mays we did great. So it's already on your side, right? That's a great month. Now, if you have mostly great months in May, if you have one really bad May, your probability of having the next May be really good it gets even better, right? Your probability of having a better May that next year is even better, which has proved itself this year so far, right? Now, we did have a good summer last year, didn't we? We had a run last summer, right? So do you have a bad summer this summer? Maybe that's your question. I don't know. That's what you're looking for a question for this summer. Does the red bars being bought like that indicate that the dip is usually within the middle of the year, give or take, or at least don't expect the dip to be at end of year? There's another thing to take away from that chart I just showed you, right? The third thing would be you don't oftentimes see that dip be lower than the previous ones, right? So there's like a buyable dip that you can actually look back on and say it's going to be a rare thing we even go back to that number or lower than that number. Like we might see 345 again. But the chances of us going to like 32 or 28 or 16 become less and less. So you start to renegotiate what bottom is. Like, so when we were at 345 the first time, that was the largest exposure that we had to a failure and roll down to that 1600, 2400. We had a lot of exposure there. But when you go back, like when you've like done the 32, 34, and then you're going up now to like, let's say 4,200, when we go back down, there's a higher probability that we retest that low and then go back up again and not roll down into the 28s and 32s and 16s. It shows that there's a dip to buy. It does. Yeah, it's kind of wild, right? Like, so when we were at like 34.50, right, and we were down there, if we had rejected above, I can give you a more clear number, but and then another thing that we did as well was here. Let me see if I can bring this up. Like, there were some things, like, we can still go to the depths of hell. There's nothing saying we can't fail. We have examples of the past of trying to make a new high and then rolling. Like, oh yeah, we did it. We checked back and then we rolled. Let me see if I can show you this better. Tight here. Like traditional charting shit. I don't like using this stuff because it really doesn't mean anything. If we roll, we trade it. But like traders out there will say things like, oh, it's doing this or it did that, or this is extremely bearish. This is extremely bullish, that kind of stuff. So just SPX right here, right? If you're just like basic charting, right? Like charting 101 stuff, right? It's kind of a big deal here. Like you have negative trend, right? Negative downward trend. Most of our risk was down in here. We also had some major risk over here. So if we had a failure anywhere in here, that's bad, right? That's like trend still down, right? When we blasted above this downward channel and we retested, that's bullish, right? If you're a traditional chartist. So like we break trend, downtrend, major downtrend, we check it again. And what were we told here? We were told the move is higher. That's what we were told. There's demand here. We're not done yet, right? Major demand stepped in. This is a big indicator right here that we're not done to the upside. It's also telling you that this demand is stronger than this sell. That makes sense? So we're going to look higher now and see if that's major resistance. Does that make sense? So we're going to look higher now. That's at that 430, 427. Right? Does that make sense? We'll see if demand, after we tag this or try to tag it, it'll attempt to roll over and find out if demand is back down here at 380 or if it's moved higher. Has demand now moved here? And is the sell there? Does that make sense? We trade this until we find out. No. Maybe next time. Does that make sense? Like, just on a larger time frame. That kind of stuff. Now, does that mean we can't go lower? No, we can go lower here, but even though we can go lower here, just looking at basic like major support, major supply, we went down and checked. We went down here. We went down here on March 15th. We checked. We were told, fuck no, we're going up. So we're going to go back up again and check to see if there are as many sellers above. Do we have more demand from this dip buy down here? So we're going to go up here and check this. We're going up here. Almost not guaranteed, but highly likelihood we're going to go up here to see if these sellers are still here. Can we roll back down and underneath? Sure. But for right now, this isn't bearish. Bearish would have been this right here, right? Bearish would have been the rejection. Bearish would have been the failure. That's bearish. That's when you're like, fuck me, man. We're fucked. We're going down. We're going to go down and we're going to break this 345. We're going to go down and check out 32. We're going to check out 28. Right there that would have been the tell. So right now the tell is to the upside. And check above. Make sense? Fairly simple. You know, and if that's where it is and we're going to roll this over and go right down to the depths of hell, so be it. First, though, we're definitely checking here. We're definitely checking this 3,800. We want to see if these buyers are still here, and this would be your next target down here. They might be hiding out here, but likely, if we reject above here, this is our first real check right there. We're going up. No matter what anybody tells you. Well, I don't know. There could be some market news we don't know or some fucking reason to crash or whatever. Maybe we don't hit the exact number. Maybe they just step in or something and they're just like, doom, doom, doom. Max short right here. Yeah, we're going up there to check, man. We are. You know we're going up there to check. It's 42.5.86 on SPX. We're close. But the algorithms, they like to go up there, man. Those algorithms are like, doot, 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 you know? They got pre-planned numbers they're going to go check. That was probably the key date. So, March 13th. That was the day where you knew, for this run specifically, that was the confirmation. We're going up. We're going higher. The dip was bought. Get out of the way. As we go up from here, if we reverse, there'll likely be a sell up there, right? There's likely going to be some seller rage up there. Carl Icon's up there going, I'm going to sell right into that. And that's why I think the news matters here. Like, that's why I think there's like this, like, you know, like if we get debt ceiling news and we trade to 427, 428, 430, above 430, and that news brings us there, and they roll it there, your 401ks are likely fine, right? It's not just algorithms. There's like we talk about this in the show a lot. There are institutions. Institutions do not like volatility. I want you to understand that. Like, institutions prefer sideways markets. Buyable dip, they go up, they go down. They go up, they go down, they go up, they go down. If they get one or two bad months or one or two bad quarters, they're happy with that. Hey, look, we hedged. We had a bad quarter, but we made up for it all year long. It's great. Institutions don't like markets that go to the moon. They don't want to see, like, the SPY go up 500 points in a year. They don't like it. They can't trade it. They don't like to trade it. That's what they prefer. The more, like, scam this market is to their benefit, they're happy. They place hedges on this market so don't get real price discovery. They don't want to see Tesla. You don't want to see Tesla go. You don't want to see Tesla go to $20,000 tomorrow. It'd be like two people trading it, two computers trading it back and forth. Then it would crash, right? So you have all these different forces. You've got like the Fed trying to control the market. You've got institutions trying to control the market. You always hear out there people will say something simple like, "The Fed's like a hammer, right?" They put too much money in the system. They take too much money out of the system. Market goes wild, goes crazy, then it crashes, right? Just like this nice sideways end up slowly over time. You can actually look back in like the 50s, 60s, 70s. It was like slowly sideways end up. Major pullback, slowly sideways end up. Late 1970s, like 78, we broke out this big pile of cocaine. And we've been paying for it ever since. We pay for it with volatility in the market, wild swings higher and lower. We also have other participants that have the cocaine out, hedge funds. We used to never have hedge funds. You'd have like a baller kick-ass trader. This all happened in like the late 70s, early 80s. And you like working for like Goldman. You're like, I want to put some risk on. Like, you can't do that here, man. But if you start a hedge fund, I'll funnel money to you. And we'll all get rich. Fuck the fund, dude. You and I will get rich. Like, you see all that stuff in the market today, right? It's like all a product of the late 70s. 78, I think, was when it really started happening. I think Winky talks about it in streams sometimes. Winky manages his own portfolio. I think he self-manages most of it. And he's like, I'm tired of this. And he's got a fair point saying that. You know, you get tired of that market. Where it's like chase for a year, sell for a year. Try to find buyable dips. Like Winky and I were talking about trying to buy regional bank stocks, and like the cacophony of noise, you're surrounded by counter alpha. Don't buy KRE. Don't buy these companies. And then you got like Mike Barry saying, I bought the fuck out of him, right? It came out like 2 weeks after we said that. I made a post about it. 2 weeks later, it came out. I was like, I was buying that shit down there. But you're like actively managing and at the same time trying to your own account or your own portfolio. And you're like trying to like cut through the noise. No, SPY is one of the most. So SPY is the most liquid traded ticker symbol in the entire market. They make more in SPY in 5 minutes than any other ticker out there, hands down. Especially on zero dates. It's like pure cocaine. Even trading sideways, it's pure cocaine. It's kind of like the cocaine. It's the cocaine. It's like more volatile than GME or Tesla or any of those stocks. SPY is the shit. SPY is like methamphetamine. So as a long-term holder, as a long-term holder too, we're looking for. So we're doing this stock show to slow shit down for people. So we're doing this stock show because we don't want to look back. Like Winky and I's viewpoint is, we don't want to look back in 1 to 3 years and say, hey, all of these troubles that the stock market had in 2022. Did we get crazy bearish, or did we start to look for that turn, even if it's at 3,200? Let's say the low is 2,800. Our next low. Let's say we're going to go to 2,800. Just make that posit. We're going to 2,800. We'll get as bearish as possible. You would still look back in 5 years or 10 years and say, I should have bought 3,400, and I should have bought 2,800, and I should have bought 3,200. And specifically, I should be looking to add or build a portfolio, whether that's a Vanguard fund or S&P 500, or if it's cyclically looking at Tyson Foods or cyclically looking at regional banks. And you see this right now. There are some very, like your Bear God over there, that guy back there, that Bear God, he's doing that actively. Tyson Foods is a prime candidate. Like, you can't trade them that often, but every 1 to 3 years you can. And right now it's doing its thing, right? It's down there in the dumpster. If you open up like the Tyson Foods chart over like a couple decades, you're just like, oh, there it is right there, plain as day. Yeah, Winky's saying a standard 10% pullback that we still haven't seen yet. Just be productive is all guys like me want. Yeah. And so what this market has turned into is like, and this like rise of social media is, it's like so much noise out there. It's like a wall of noise. And there was like a moment to sell the SPY or the SPX. I posted that on Saturday, I think. Like you could see the cross on it. You could see this on Saturday. I had a meeting and we were discussing a ticker called Piton. And we were discussing Piton, and we were using it as an example. Like now, let me see. Let me bring up Piton real quick. It's a good one to bring up. I think I brought this up. I deleted the tweet. I didn't want it to be out there. But we discussed this on Piton. It's a good one to it's a good one. Let me delete all the drawings here to give the delete all. Okay. So Piton is a great example of accumulation and distribution of a stock ticker. This is a great example. So when you're in bear mode, this applies to an index, applies to a stock, doesn't matter. So when you get into bear mode in a ticker, your first indication. So here's a 120. This is a 27 and a 129. Your first indication the top is in really isn't here, is it? It's not this pullback, is it? Like when you can step in on a stock, though, your first indication, you could use this in the SPY too, doesn't matter. Is this real true first roll right here? Right? We went up for some liquidity, and you got the confirmation lower here. This is your second sign that doom is coming to Piton. Number 2, trade up one more time for more liquidity up here. But these three things right here, this crossing of price, the crossing of the 27 and the 129 EMA, grab some more liquidity above, right? And then your second test. So we can just draw that out, right? Like you have the break and the test, you call that a test, even that a test. And we start actually going down. It's like a high probability trade in here, right? So you're like, okay, I'm short. So this is the mindset. This is when the mindset kicks in. This is when you're like, I'm a fucking bear on this. It's when you're like, I'm getting fucking bearish here.
US House Speaker McCarthy says debt ceiling talks are at a sensitive point.
Right? And there's a length of time in this ticker. So this is September, October, or August. And your thesis is good here. Up in here, you're like, I can see this trouble. I can hold this thesis. And we're going to go down here, right? And so you're into this trade all the way down here, right? And you're just like shorting the fuck out of it. And you're like a rock star. You're like, woohoo! As we get down here and you're a short, you're like, yeah, what am I doing? I'm fighting for $1 or 50 cents. It's kind of not worth being a bear down here, is it?
US House Speaker McCarthy says, I think we can make it all happen by the debt deadline.
Trade is over.
Speaking to reporters here.
So you want to be entering these trades up here and not down here. Now, my personal opinion on Piton is it's going to zero. But I don't care about Piton. I want to find these tickers or the SPY or whatever to be bearish. If Piton wasn't that company that I think is going to zero, if I'm like, yeah, it was just overvalued, I think it has legs, it can do something someday down the road. It just had an initial blast off. They did the right things. I should then be looking down here to be buying a dip, right? Now, Piton, as an example, I'm not a buyer of Piton. I don't care about Piton. I think Piton's going to zero. But there are other tickers out there, like a bank like Schwab, that you see this, or Tyson Foods. If I were to compare Tyson Foods to Piton, completely different dip buying, right? If I were to pick 5 Tyson Foods or 10 Tyson Food companies and put them up against this Piton, I guarantee those are going to do way better than this bullshit Piton. So then I got to start digging around, like, what's this company doing? What's that company doing? Did this company spend money on an outdoor exercise bike, or did they not? Did they fuck around and spend all the money? Right? That kind of stuff. Piton doesn't meet those requirements for me. But there are some banks that do. So as KRE is rolling over, or a growth stock is rolling over, I want to look at like 5 or 10 of those and say, which ones are going to make it out of this? Bearish? Not bearish anymore in Piton. And even if Piton goes to zero, I don't even fucking care about the ticker anymore. It's not even on my radar anymore. It's just gone. It's like, it's nothing that I care about. I know the S&P 500 will always be here. I know KRE will always be here. Always. And I know some of the components will get rolled in and out of SPY over time. Like, and Piton's a good example because it's like, I'm not interested. Like, Piton, not on my list. But like, when do you get bearish is that question, right? Like, when do you get bearish on something? When that cross happens, you get bearish. And you get bearish, and you sell the fuck out of it. Until that happens and you get the confirmation move up to show that they're grabbing liquidity to go down, we get bearish. If something's in the dumpster and it has a chance of coming back to life, you're going to start looking at those. That's what Mike Burry's doing. He's like, all right, let's dig through that KRE pile. Let's find out what's going to survive. You can look at KRE too, right? Business cycle wise, financials were in that. Sometimes I'll show you guys where like the business cycle is. And I'm like, you kind of knew that we were getting into that sell regional banks, right? Or just sell banks.
In geopolitical news, the US has no plans to lift sanctions on China's defense minister. This is the State Department spokesman Miller briefing reporters.
So you know that these fat old white guys that sit at a desk, they're like, oh yeah, I have like an easy life, easy returns. Bobby, what's going on? What's up next? And they're like the banks. Seasonally, they're coming into the ass end. Well, let's start shorting them. So they put a shirt on and 2 months go by and they haven't gotten paid yet. And they're like, we got to speed this up. We got to speed up the cyclical nature of banks going down. How do we speed it up? What was Winky? You said something. What was the thing that you said to me the other day, Winky? Was what was it? What was the name of that company? Winky, what was the name of that company? I forget. I was Upstart. Like, why did you buy Upstart? Because it was going up. It was going up. That's why. It was simple. It was Upstart, right? Do you have a link to that video, dude? I don't see the government defaulting. I'm not going to entertain that question. I refuse to. I'm not in that camp that we default. I personally think if we default that you arrest people for seditious acts against our country. I'll be honest. That's my take on that. So my bonds are safe. So my bonds are safe. In my view, yes, they are. Oh yeah, thanks for that link, Wink. I'll post it on YouTube, man. Yeah, I don't entertain that aliens are here right now. Like, I'll discuss aliens being here, but I'm not going to entertain the idea that we're going Mad Max. I can't. Do we have volatility in bonds? Sure. But if you're asking me the question of, does the U.S. give up sovereignty of our money or the value of our money or the bills that we owe? We're not going to pay our bills, any of that nonsense, or our previous bills. I'm in disagreement here. We go to war over that stuff, man. We'll go to war with China and Russia over that shit. So no, do I think that, like, I don't know, a couple guys or whatever, some people from the House of Reps or the Senate are going to do that? I can assure you of two things: they will lose their seats at a minimum. Raising the debt. I think we think that, but I don't think we think through what that means. I think, like, I get the idea of that. Like, I have sympathy for the idea. Don't raise the debt ceiling. Like, I get the feeling and thought. Like, I understand it all. But I don't think that people understand what that means to them. I think that people think they're gonna go out, like, when people are like, we're gonna go all Mad Max, and I'm like, dude, I was in the fucking army. Like, most of these people that push that ideology, I'm like, they have never been anywhere where they've actually seen that, like a real fourth world country with depravity that's seen in those countries. You kind of think you have an idea of what that is, but I don't think that you really do. Only if you've been there have you seen that kind of shit. You don't want to see that. That was a great video. Yeah, I don't think you guys understand what that means. Like, I think, like, maybe 0.01% of our population knows what that means. Like, have seen that. Yeah, I don't think that's a hard one, man. Like, I want to entertain that for you, but can't. Like, I can't. And the worst part of it too is when this is all done, then you go back and look and see what the negotiations were. It's just more pork for both sides. There's no, like, there's no good and bad in politics, man. They all do the cocaine together. They all do it behind closed doors. They all love the power. If you really think these people care about you, they don't. I don't know, man. I can't. These politicians, dude, they're not who you think that they are. Yeah, I don't like. I know that they appeal to. I know that politicians appeal to you and I.
Actually, hear order flow in futures, forex, and stock instruments.
I know there are very smart people that help that appeal. We're getting smarter at it too, right? We're getting really smart at appealing to what makes you angry. Matter of fact, you know what I watched the other day? I watched. You realize this as you get older too. I was watching a movie called The Fury. It's called The Fury. and it's from, I believe it's from 1978. And there's a kitchen scene where Kirk Douglas is hiding. And there's a guy, and he's sitting in his lazy boy. He's sitting in his lazy boy, and he's yelling about the politicians. And he's saying the exact same things we're saying right now in 1978. He's saying the same thing. And one day you will likely be that old man sitting in a chair yelling those same things, right? And when you're an old man, you'll realize, oh, shit, this is like every generation has this. And you'll get tired and be like, whatever. We got to do it again for the young generation. I love it, Super Bowl man. Our generation likely has people that'll, like, a great percentage of our population will be old, right? Over 100 years old. People are alive right now. I thought it was fascinating. I was watching that movie and I was watching the Fury, and I'm like, let's watch this old film. And I'm like, man, there's a whole bunch of shit in this film that reminds me of stuff today. And I was like, it's fascinating because you see it repeated and repeated and repeated and repeated historically. No movement in the SPY today. Nothing. No movement. Markets just dead. As far as like no debt ceiling deal, and I mean, I think there'll be like the can't kick the can. You could have that. You could have like emergency measures, that kind of stuff, or we're going to pay the federal workers, or we'll keep paying Social Security. But as far as like no debt ceiling deal reached in any kind of format, we're going to go Mad Max. We're not going to pay for the refrigerator that we bought. I think the fallout from that, if that does happen, that creates wars. Like, that creates really bad things.
The U.S. House Speaker McCarthy says nothing is agreed to in negotiations with Biden on the U.S. debt ceiling.
And the fallout from that is, you don't want to see what that fallout is. That fallout, man. I wouldn't want to be the person on the other side of that made that happen. Yeah, I remember shutdowns. I remember the last debt ceiling. I remember government shutdowns. Remember, we've done it more than once. We've done it a bunch of times. Everybody eventually gets paid too. Yeah, you remember that? I remember that. No pay for military. Remember that too. I think what you guys are asking about is something different, right? You guys are asking about no previous prior examples, right? You're not asking about like 2011 or 13 or any of these other times. You guys are asking about, I think you guys are asking about the Mad Max scenario. That's what I think you're asking about. Will it happen one day? I don't know. A lot of the guys, some of the books that I've read on this topic, I think that we're in the infancy stages of a Rome. But we're in the infancy stages. I don't think we see it in your lifetime or my lifetime. I think if you were to look at us as like we're Rome, we're probably a teenager. I think maybe your children's children might have to deal with that, like aging Rome. It's multi-generations from now. The only thing that would speed that up would be something existential like AI or nuclear war, something like that. Aliens. Wiggie's saying the other best part of that UPST video was the UPST was almost $400. Yeah, no, if you guys can find these guys, there are people that talk about this, like not pop, not like pop culture or what we discuss on the news. There are very smart people, very, very smart scientists, futurists, not like pop futurists that sell you books and stuff, or on Twitter. There are scientists that look at this stuff and they disagree with you. They're kind of right-ish over time. This is the last chance with our majority. Yeah, that's gonna probably happen. We get more liberal as time passes, right? Well, I don't know. There's some ways we don't. In some ways we don't. So in some ways we were a lot more liberal than we are today. If you guys ever read books, you can find some really good autobiographical writers from previous generations, and they almost like journalize their lives, and they talk about things that they experience in cities. You find out how things were back in the day, unvarnished, and you're like, wow. I don't know. We had these people doing these things freely. We had other things that were much more free than they are now. Or things are better, right? Life has become easier over time as time has passed in some other respects, too. You're old now. Yeah, Looney president. I am shocked at that. I am shocked that we are electing people that are that old, man. Like late 70s, early 80s. That shit, I find that shit bizarre. I'm like, why are we hiring these people? 80-something years old. I'm like, really? I'm like, my generation, they're like, we're going to give it all up and we're going to give it all to Elon. We're going to get an oligarch run shit for us. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, I don't know who, I don't trust anyone anymore. I don't trust anyone out there at all. SPY squeezing again, trading 419.43 right now. Feel bad for you guys having to be here today. Hope I was able to at least spend some time with you. Let's look at, what time is it right now? It's 2:18. Let's look at tomorrow. Let's look at this debt ceiling stuff. We'll talk about a couple things. We're going to answer a couple questions. I know you guys have pertinent questions out there about Treasury bills. I know there's an argument out there that's like, I meant this morning in this morning's broadcast when I first came on, I mentioned this to you. At times like this, we come into these big things that like are big events, right? Like the now doom is debt ceiling crisis. We've been talking about that for months now here, right? For months we're like, I assure you this summer, debt ceiling crisis will be the topic. And it's become that, right? We were talking about it months ago. And we were like, yeah, they're probably going to get priced to where it needs to be, even if it is an issue. Right? Like price where it needs to be for even if it does become an issue. We're there, right? We're at 420. So even if it is an issue, the market crashes, price matters, right? But like I talked to bears and they're like, so CNN. Well, the point behind this is that I'm watching CNN this morning and or I read an article from them. I just wasn't watching them actually. I was reading it, and then I read a Fox article, and then I read an MSNBC article, and they're all saying the same thing to Bob on Main Street. The debt ceiling crisis is solved. Stock market is fine. They're not telling you that we won't get a roll, but they're saying it's fine. It's not like 2,800 or 1,600 or anything like that. You speak to a guy on FinTwit, and the guy on FinTwit's like, if the debt ceiling is solved, we're getting a market crash. I'm like, okay. If the debt ceiling is not solved, we're getting a market crash. Okay. And so I'm like trying to piece together what they're telling Bob on Main Street and then what the financial insiders are saying, right? Like what's the real truth answer here? And then where is the stock market? So for me, I'm like, yeah, looking at that SPX chart, you're like, we're probably going to go up there and try to test that liquidity above at 4,300. Whatever the news is around that target number, even if it's here at 420, if we roll here at 420, if we roll here at 430, do I really fucking care? Probably not. If we had this debt ceiling news happening right now and we were trading 345 back in October or 365 back in May of last year, yeah, I'd be like, this is kind of sketchy here. Up here at 420, 430, somewhere in this vicinity, not as sketched out from it. We could drop down to 3,400 tomorrow. Not as sketched out by it. I can trade that down. So like it's a way for me to, I can trade that market down if that happens. So when that news breaks, there's the thesis, right? Someone was saying this market, who was it on Friday? Market magician, I forget his name is. He was in the YouTube chat and he made it very clear. He made a statement. He said, what's the risk of default or something? And then I was like, you tell me. I want to hear what your thoughts on this are. And he made great points. You know that it's there. You know that if it happens, it'll be tradable. You'll know you'll be able to make money in the ride down if we go down. It's not something that you should be calling. You're a retailer. Like, if we squeeze up to 4,300 and then sell the market there, you're going to get torched, right, as a retailer. If the market is going to sell on a debt deal today, 430, we get a debt deal and the market crashes here. Did you need to call that today? Probably not. Would you have gotten cut up into it today? Probably. If it happens on June 1st, you could get cut up in it, right? If it happens mid-June, June 18th, you get cut up in that, right? Waiting for that to happen. So the best thing for you as a trader is to make fun of it until it happens. Because when it happens, you can then enter the trade. You see when we roll over like that, right? There's always another grab for liquidity. There's always another moment to jump on that trade. So if we get a market crash scenario, if we get burning tires scenario, you jump on it when it happens. You don't just call it and say, this is happening. We're getting a crash going right now. Maybe you're right. 12 other times you were wrong. 30 other times you were wrong. You wait until it happens, and then you jump on that trade along with other people. If you're that bear, you can have your finger on that button, that collapse button. Turn on a news. You know, whatever your favorite breaking news is. Set up some 0 dates or some I don't know 3-month outputs. Have your finger right on that button, but don't hit that button until that news comes out. You know, if that news doesn't come out, take your finger off the button and you go about your business. Market Merchant said that shit. That's who said that shit. Market Merchant gave an outstanding play-by-play of how to prepare for that happening. And I loved seeing him say that because I don't always know if you guys have a plan. I don't want you guys to be the guy out there in public going, we're going to crash when this debt ceiling is done. I want you guys to like have a plan. How do you trade it if it happens? And he laid it out perfectly last week. He's in YouTube chat right now. You just have a plan for it. And and that's my thing is like, I'm looking for 430 or in and about there, right? If they fucking drop that news that the debt ceiling is solved and we're at 427 or 430, I'm fucking shorting that shit. If we're at 420 and that debt ceiling news drops, I'm looking for that squeeze to 430 to short. That's my plan. If we immediately start selling on that debt ceiling plan and we start going lower and we confirm, come back up and go right back down, I'm on that fucking trade to the downside. Tesla. So Tesla. I'll just clear all those drawings off for you so I can read them to you better. So Tesla is coming into its Tesla's coming through right now. Its weekly trigger at 186.22. Your expectation here is for us to poke our head above, come back down and bounce, and wait for the hourly and the daily to catch up to it. And the target above from there is 217.10. But I think it's going to be more around the place of 210 to 215, somewhere in there. 215, 210. And then Valhalla at 300.
So U.S. House Speaker McCarthy says, I believe the debt ceiling package being negotiated now would be acceptable to a majority of House Republicans.
Oh, shit. We almost got a deal. Debt ceiling deal back on, baby.
Woohoo! To the tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at To The Tick.
Debt ceiling deal back on again. Devin said, my mom is asking about debt ceiling stuff. Good sign when she knows what's going on. You know what we should do? When this debt ceiling is figured out, let's find out what the pork is. Let's see who got what they wanted. I guarantee you both Republicans and Democrats got a bunch of pork. Guaranteed. Guarantee it. Guarantee it's like, stuff my pockets, you stuff your pockets. We'll all stuff each other's pockets. Be a big old party. SPY squeezing 419.62 right now. SPY trading 419.64. It'll be disgusting, trust me. As you get older, you're going to figure this out. You're going to be like, God dang it. You're like, I've been riding this train for all these years, pounding my hand on the table, and it's going to, like, I can't stop now. Can't tell everybody that I know better. Gotta stick to my guns. Trading 419.68. Trade deal back or Gynotox Batman. Oh, wait a minute. Not trade deal, not Gynotox. Debt talks back on the table again. Yeah, it's all power and money, man. It's gross. I will be honest with you. I really don't care if you're Republican or Democrat, or what party you are. I really do hope one day you guys go back out there and vote en masse, like, or require voting, something like that. I really do. I really do hope that we get voting comes back into like fashion at some point. Yeah, I really, really do. I really, that's like, if I had like one hope as I get older, more people voted. Like, get off fucking social media. Like, shaking fists. I'm making a difference by making a comment on social media. It's like, dude, just go vote. Like, just go fucking vote. I don't care what you fucking, I don't care what you want. Just go vote. Like, if I had one dream, that would be it. Oh, thanks, Bebop. I really like, if I had one, I don't care what your politics are. Just fucking vote, dude. Like, just vote. Exercise your right to vote.
June futures settle at $2.40 a barrel on this session. Diesel June futures at $2.36, and a gasoline June futures at $2.64.
I'm not telling you what I'm not telling you what trade I'm in today. I don't want to deal with it today. Yeah, I don't care who you guys vote for. You guys can pick them, like The Rock, Joe Rogan. I don't care whoever it is.
Futures settle at $71.99 a barrel. That's up 44 cents or spot 61% on the session.
If you guys ever voted, you'd probably see the stock market crash too. Like the stock market gods, they love this shit. They love sideways. They love politicians not getting anything done. They love that they like it's all split down the middle. They like division. They love all this. They love it, dude. They fucking love it. They love like the House split. They love the Senate split. They fucking love it. They don't want change. You'll think that they do, but they don't. They want sideways, baby. So they can do what they want to do. Yeah, throw some Jon Stewart in there. Build a whole cabinet. What do you do? Do like a 10-person ticket or something. No, I didn't see the 60 Minutes last night. I didn't see. We're dealing with a death in our family. So I've been dealing with that. Big green balls in the spy right now. Debt ceiling talks back on again. House Speaker Representative Speaker McCarthy. I believe that the debt ceiling package that is being negotiated now would be acceptable to a majority of House Republicans. Breaking news. There's still a note here that nothing's been agreed to, but it looks like it would be acceptable. You know what else I found shocking this morning was if Joe Donut is here. I opened up Webull this morning or last night, and I'm like, "What are you telling me?" And they're like, "Forget about 4.9%. We'll give you 6%." And I was like, 6%? I was like, if only they had a credit card or something. I mean, that's better than your bank, right? If you could get a credit card from Webull, you just put all your money in there and use it like a bank account. Thanks. I appreciate that, STT. Yeah, It's a process. I can see that already. We have frustrated people in our household right now. 6%, dude. If Webull had a fucking credit card or just a debit card, let me know how many of you guys have banks out there that are paying you 6%. It's insane. That came out, I think, yesterday. I saw it. I was like 5.8 or 5.9. I was like, damn, that's a good rate right there. That's blowing away the Schwab shit right now. Yeah, dude, I think Robinhood, what is Robinhood? Robinhood has a card, right? Robinhood has a debit card that you can use. So, and Robinhood gives you a percentage with a card. You could pay all your bills that way. Can you imagine if you had like Robinhood or Webull offering you 6% in bill pay? Someone else made a comment yesterday over the weekend saying, if you, don't quote me on this. I'm reading this shit on the internet. Someone said, oh yeah, and I think this is fascinating. If it's true, when you move your crypto into Webull, it automatically becomes available funds for you to trade. Like, so savvy. That's some like what's that, payday loan type shit right there. So you're saying that Webull does have a card? I didn't know if they had I don't use them. So so Webull does have a card. Let me check on that. Yeah, this would smoke. Range of Useful Fiat does not offer a debit card at this time. If it did, man, that blows away Apple, right? 5 point, what, I don't know what it is. It's 5 point, what was that special offer they got right now? Let me look at it. It's not showing it to me right now. It showed it to me yesterday morning. It showed me 5.8 or 5.9. Yeah, right here. Boost your APY to 5.8%. Webull Cash Management. 4.1% basic plus 30-day 1.7% for new users. Oof. 5.8%. Open a Webull Cash account to get 1.7% APY booster card. That's insane. Unlimited withdrawals, no cost to withdrawals. That's insane. Oh, and it says that it's got FDIC, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're just trying to wink at you about that. That they do. They have SICA, or what is it called? SIPA or something like that. SIPA? I forget what it's called. That's insane, dude. It's almost 6%. Another place to squirrel some cash away. Throw 10 grand in there. Don't look at it. Throw 100 grand in there. Yeah, they're offering 5.8 right now. Just park some money in them. That's insane. 5.8% just to park your money there? It's fucking awesome. Guaranteed? It might be. The entire Senate owns all of these Chinese stocks. We know that, right? It's 5.8%, man. It's not bad. I don't know who it is behind the scenes. I haven't looked. I want to look at it later today. I was thinking about putting some money in it. So I was going to look. I was going to read the fine print on it. Can you guys get a higher rate than that, like risk-free? Outside of bonds and stuff, can you guys get higher than 5.8 anywhere that you know of? I think it's 5.85 too. Yeah, I saw the SoFi burr. Yeah, I saw that. You want me to talk about it? I didn't mention it in stream here. Well, yeah, it just went burr. You're waiting, or you're hoping for. So that trade is ending right now. If you're a SoFi burr, you're a SoFi burr guy, that trade is dead. There's another trade above 534 to 572, but tight stops underneath it. Your big trade on SoFi is if you can get above 573 and hold it. There's a bigger trade higher. But no, that trade was earlier this morning. Oh, the SoFi burr trade. SoFi bag holder trade? Yes. It's getting bullish.
And seeing Brent crude futures settle at $75.99 a barrel. That's up 41 cents or spot 54% on the session.
It's coming into its daily trigger right now. Give you two targets, 534, 574.
This stream is sponsored by
And then as you staircase up, you need to hold each level.
and stock instruments.
So let's say you were to, let's say like this is not the time to buy SoFi. Obviously, but if it can get above 532 and hold it with a stop underneath it and a limit sell above at 573, that's your next leg higher. Then above that, of course, if you can get above 571, you'd be wanting to close that gap at 652. I didn't want to talk about it on stream today because it's too much of a meme, but I was aware of it. DoorDash bouncing right now off of its daily trigger, but it is a little overbought right now. I don't like DoorDash as a dip buy here. I'd like to see DoorDash come back down and possibly tag 61.19. Just be aware of DoorDash out there. There was a dip buy on its daily trigger at 63.86. It can move higher. It's probably going to need some consolidation. I don't like buying it up here. It's a little long in the tooth on its daily velocity. So you might get some consolidation action here on DoorDash. Well, that's a good one, too. Who just brought Bebop just said, Immigrant Direct Online Bank only offers 3.5%, but it is compounded daily and paid monthly. I used to have a bank like that, Bebop. That's a good bank, man. Immigrant Direct Online Bank only offers 3.5%, but it is compounded daily and paid monthly. PayPal. We've gone through PayPal in the past. We like PayPal here. Hold on a second here. I like the dip buy on PayPal here. It's looking great right now, by the way. You guys know that I'm long PayPal. First target above is 67.81. Next target above is 75.21 on PayPal. I love PayPal here. Love it. Great ticker. Great call out. I love it. PayPal trade is alive and well above 61.72. Great trade, by the way. I love PayPal. $419.66 right now. I don't love PayPal as a company. Let me rephrase myself. I can't stand PayPal as a company. But at 60 and change, it's a no-brainer. It's not going bankrupt. Now trading 419.73. Hold on a second here. SPY trying to go back up and retest into some traffic on high, some sellers above. We're going to look at the next couple days right now. So I gave you the talk about the debt ceiling. I talked about it this morning. I briefly talked about it today. It's now 2:45. And we're going to talk about the rest of the week. And this is similar to the conversation that we had on Friday. Not much has changed here. We know that when there's a move, right, up or down, that there's usually some consolidation that takes place. You know there's two kinds of people, right? There's the kind of people that got caught offsides in that trade, and they're just hoping and praying and begging that the price is coming back to their trade that they were in, right? I want you to know that there are people in their brains, they pick the wrong way. So they just want to be, even if it's emotional, if it's their brain, if it's their money, they want they want it to come back, right? Say, look, we squeezed, but it came back and did what I said it was going to do. That's a real thing. You also have the second group of people. They missed the trip higher. Those people are the FOMOers. They want to jump in for the continuation on high. Those people are late to the trade. And you're going to hear those people screaming at you, screaming at you, screaming at you. We're going higher, we're going higher, we're going higher, we're going higher, we're going higher. People that had the trade wrong. People that said, oh, maybe. Okay, I'll buy long now. And so they're screaming that we go higher. So these two groups of people here. The rest of us know that there's going to be a moment of consolidation here, whether it's 1, 3, 4, 5 days before we get our next move. We also know that sellers are up here, right? We know that there's sellers here. We know there are buyers here. We know buyers reaffirmed and stepped in this morning, no matter what news they gave us. They had some bullshit news this morning, right? Buyers stepped right back in. Buyers stepped right back in again on the hourly trigger. Once, twice, been hard to shake that hourly trigger, right? We know sellers step back in to short again here. You're going to likely expect them to want to step back in again at this 420. Right now, we know these buyers are here. Right now, we know these sellers are here. Profit takers, you call them whatever you want. So it's just like 412. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip, right? We also know that we were pushed up to 420. Why? Why? So that we can see if we are accepted between 430. If we're going to trade this zone up here, right? That's why we're here. That is the whole reason we're here. To see if we're going to trade this above here. We don't have to trade it, but we know we're going to attempt to trade it. So until we get up there and consolidate, until we get above and consolidate the move for a leg higher, we're just trading this zone right here, right? We trade this zone. If we get down in the low, we buy it. If we get up to a high, you take profit up here. Re-enter the long trade above, right? Same as always. This is our zone. We know what it is. It's defined for us. If you wanted to get sneaky, nothing's changed here, right? This is just like Friday, right here. You see him right there. You got these sellers wanting to take over up here. You got longs that are going to want to take some profit above here. News aside, all the drama that you see out there in the world, all the Fed minutes and all this other stuff, all the noise trying to cloud your judgment, bullish or bearish, I don't care. Squeezing higher now on the SPY on the 15-minute chart here. Price target above 420.21. Do we get there? Trading 420.06 right now. Squeezing on up. See that pin strike over there? Trading 420.17, 420.21. Taking some money off here. Whoo-wee! Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-wee! Top of the world, Ma, once again. Remember the zones that we're trading. I want you to be aware of the zones that we're trading up here, right? We know this is where sell side is up here, right? This 420, all this grinding stuff. So you guys have my take for tomorrow here, right? Here's a low. Here's a higher low. Here's a higher low. Here's a higher low. Just smashing and bashing up there, right? So you want to know what I think happens? I think 430 happens. I've said it a million times. I think we get a deal. I think we not only we get a deal, I think 430 is going to be important. 427, 428. Whatever that deal is, if we're at 420, we'll probably trade 430 then roll. If we're at 427 and we get a deal, roll it over. Target above 430. Almost to the pin right there. Almost to the pin right there. Whew. Whew. That was a nice trade right there. Alert on IWM, and Disney just crossed as well. Told you to watch IWM in the background. IWM blasting up to rip faces into its weekly trigger. 179.33. It just traded 178.87. So we're gonna look at something here, okay? We're gonna pause this right here. Hold on here. So let's look at something here, okay? We got the SPY, right? What are your guesses as to what happens here? Do you guys know? Probably something like this right here. You want me to show this to you, what I see here? Maybe I might be being a little bit too dramatic. See it right here? This is IWM. Get that pump right up in there, right? Just rip faces off here. How does that correspond with SPY? Get the old 1, the old 2, and the old 3 right there, right?
JP,
3 right there. You see it on IWM?
Should be prepared for higher rates from here.
I'm knocking on your door, 430. Man, I'm going to have to buy some fucking calls for... I don't know if I buy them down here. I don't know if I buy this again tomorrow, somewhere in there, for when we finally make it through. How much are fucking 430Cs for Friday? $0.12. 420Cs are 31 cents. Man, that'd be such a fucking, that thing would print like brr. It scares me seeing them that cheap because I'm like 420Cs, 427Cs are 31 cents. Makes me think the dealers are going to be like, don't worry, we'll get it there. We're going to sell that shit off before you even get to cash those out. Don't worry, we're getting there. Naz, baby. Nazzy, snazzy, nazzy. Why only 430 cap? I already went through it this morning. Didn't I show you guys? Didn't you guys see when I showed you the SPX chart? I showed you where the demand was and where the supply was. Didn't I show you guys that earlier today? Did you guys remember that from the video or no? Were you guys not here for that part of the video? I know some of you guys show up at different times. I think I expressly went through it. Just on like SPX. Where's major demand? Where's major supply? We go from bounce up, down, bounce up, down, bounce up, down. I thought I already talked about that, right? If I didn't, we can go over it again if you want. You bought some in the money call spreads here? Yeah, you weren't here? Here, let's go over it. Ready? Go over it right now. Went over it earlier today. We'll do it again. There I come. I'm doing it right now. Fairly easy. So I'm not one that really believes in Not one that really believes in traditional charting, but there are some clues there. They're buying the fuck out of that right now, aren't they? SPX daily chart. Real simple here. Ready? Where do you get bearish on SPX? Get bearish on this cross right here, right? You also have a confirmation that the trade is lower. This is where the money was on SPX. That trade right there. Right? Bear plane, daily chart, 27 EMA, 129 EMA. Confirmation above, rejection. Down. Do we have that right now? Fuck no, we don't. What's something better you can take away from this? Just simple. Just like basic. Basic stuff you can take away from this, right? Negative downward trend on SPX, right? Trend is down. Boom, 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 boom. If you were bearish here, you would have had, so look, we got major demand down here, right? We're buying. We know that the sellers are strong here, right? We know the sellers are strong here. We know sellers are strong here. We know sellers are strong here. What happened to these buyers down here, this demand? It came up. It wasn't down here anymore. It wasn't down here. It wasn't down here, right? It was up. It moved up. It moved up. So these buyers overran the sellers, right? This is your first clue that we're bullish. First clue. We broke above and broke above the negative channel. That's your first clue. Second clue. We retested a low here, and what do we find? The buyers had come even higher. The negative downward trend was over. There's a breakout. It was breakout confirmed. Started going higher. So if we have that, what does that mean? Means that we know that there's demand here. Right? We know there's demand right here. Right? We know that this, so this, watch us back here, right? We know right here, right in here. We smashed into that's those sellers. We smashed and wore out those sellers. Where do we go next? Where do we go next? We go up until we find the next batch of sellers. Where are they? Where are they? 426, 69, 69. What are we trading right now? 42004, 4204, right? They're up here. When we get up there, what do? We're going to check to see if there's still sellers up here. If those sellers step in at that 4276.45, we will reverse and we'll come back to where? Checking 405. Closing the gap at 4,000. But the real truth is, we know where real support is. It's down here, 38.41. These buyers have likely moved up. Not guaranteed, but likely. Guess where they're probably hiding? Right here at 4,004. If they show back up, where do we go from there? Do you know? We go to 4,400. We go to 4,600. Our expectations is that they're sitting here. They were sitting here last week. They were here. They showed us the way higher. They said higher is the way to go. So for us to go to 42.7645 or somewhere in there, 43.25, not off the table. JPM collar up at 4,300. Why would we sell here right now if the way we were told the way is up? Why would we sell here right now if we were told the way is up? We're going to look for that above. So what does that tell us about this SPY? We know there's demand here. We were told yesterday there's demand here. We were told today there was demand here to go higher. Until this demand leaves, they're trying to get us above here. To close that shit on the upside. You see it? So yeah, you buy the dip, you sell the rip. You buy the dip, you sell the rip. You buy the dip, you sell the rip. But I assure you of something. If we get up here, they're looking to close that gap to find out if there's actually sellers up there. Is that where the strong sellers are? The market is saying the strong sellers are up at 430, 427. That's where they're at. They're not right here. And what are we doing right now? We're wearing out sellers here. Wearing out sellers here. Do it again. Do it again. Do it again. And then make our way up to 430. Now, can there be outside things, forces, where this is the actual top? Possibly. I really don't care. If we go down to fucking 3,600, I don't care. I'll buy that too. So right now, though, that's what's happening, right? So when you look back, just basic stuff like SPX, major support, major demand, major demand, and then major supply. Where is it at? Major supply right now is at 430. Like the real sellers, that's where they're hiding. 430, 4,300, 4,027, 427, 65, whatever that is. If major sellers were right here, we would have teed off and rolled. Woof, depths of hell. So would have taken like 15 minutes in pre-market. Would have rolled right to the depths of hell. Not happening, right? Still some demand down here. Still some demand down here. We need this demand. If you're a bear, you need this demand to go away. You can sell this as a bear right now. I'm down with that. There's no long here for me. My next long is right here. That's where my next long is, right there. If we break above, my next long is right here. I'm long on holding 420. If we hold 420, I'm long. I'm long to 42.70. If we trade down here and I get one more chance, I'm going to long that shit to 432. So sure, if you're going to give me one more dip, if you're going to let the hourly catch up on IWM to get me up there, I'm on it, man. Let's do it. Hell yeah. This whole thing is about us accepting 420. I guarantee it. Like it's like 420 is like it's like accept 420 to trade 430. We're not going to get 430. We might get a little over it. It's more about like, do we get acceptance above that 420 or not? Or do we start selling off of it? You'll hear people out there be like, we're just like trying to sell out of our longs here. It's going to take a few days. That's fine. Right now, the dip is being bought. Dip is being bought. Dip is being bought. Dip is being bought. Right now, the sellers coming in. You shall not pass. We know, though, looking on a larger time frame, where major sellers are. We can deduce that the sellers are probably above at 4,300. That's where they are. That's where the big boys are. They're way up there. Or it's not really way up there, but it's kind of in there. If it still works, you trade it until it breaks, right? Like, so this week here, we're going to expect consolidation. We already know that the bears want it to go down so they can be right. We already know that bulls are going to enter this trade too early, right? We know that there's like two groups of people out there, and they're going to try to cloud our ears, right? They're going to yell at us. They're going to fight with us on FinTwit. They're going to fight with us on StockTwits. They're going to fight with us on Wall Street Bets, wherever that is. And I'm watching IWN in the background. I'm like, that fucking thing goes above and starts squeezing. It's gonna carry SPY right through all this shit. So there we go. I think the R1 stuff right now, it works, but it really does have to do with that number of can we trade 4,200 to 4,300. It's a big thing to be saying. It's hard for people to wrap their heads around that. It's not an easy thing to do. So if the SPY trades back down here, and I see some buyers step in, or on the hourly trigger, steps back in, I'm going to buy it. I just took some money and ran up here just a second ago. It was almost a pin strike. Where are the sellers? Where are they? We just went through that in stream, right? Where are the sellers? I'm like, they're right here, and they're likely right there. Not a bad deduction, right? Almost to a penny. Probably was to a penny. Where were the sellers? How do you find where they are? Tesla, baby. Fucking Russell, dude, I'll tell you right now, the Russell Crowe is just waiting for the hourly to come up there. Russell Crowe's like, just give me 5 seconds. Maybe not 5 seconds. Give me like 2-3 hours. I'm coming up there. Daly is like, we're going up there too. Don't worry, buddy. We're coming to your aid. We'll get you up to that 430. Like, so price in IWM right now. You know, we're going to find out, right? We're going to find out if we're going to 430. Maybe you're out there and you're like, we're going to the depths of hell, Cap. Tell you what, I'll tell you what, I'll show it to you. Here's IWM right now, right? IWM's trading 178.87. You see where price is right now? You see this orange line right here? I'm going to warn you something out there if you're a bear. Say it once to you. I'm just kidding with you. If this hourly comes up, it's usually plenty to get price to blast. I mean, fucking blast. If it doesn't have enough juice, this daily is going to come up right here, and it's going to make a second attempt. It'll consolidate in here. That hourly will come on down just like this, and this orange line right here will be no match. And we're going to blast up here too. If at any point price goes below the hourly, mostly the hourly, but the daily as well, then I get bearish. Get my bear on in here. But there ain't nothing. Well, I warn you of this. There ain't nothing that with this setup right here, there's nothing bearish about it. Nothing. I need price to break below the hourly and truly break below the daily on IWM for me to get bearish. So right now, it's just a matter of buying a dip, finding out where the buyers are. Where are they? Where the sellers are. I need some like news-driven sell. That's not even that high. That should be like right here, 420.88, somewhere in there. So just on today, what am I trying to buy? I'm looking at the SPY. SPY's trading above its hourly trigger, right? Super bullish. 418.68. That's where it's at now. Super bullish. Daily coming up underneath for the SPY again. I'm looking to buy this right here. I'm looking to find buyers stepping in. I know true range is down here where? 417.34. True range on where we are right now. 417.34, 418.68. Buyers stepping in anywhere down here. Give me a dip buy. Down here. Down here. I know sellers are hiding out up here. We're just going to wear these guys out, man. Just going to wear them out. Consolidation. Are we in consolidation or distribution? When do we turn into distribution? You know where we turn into distribution. Where these buyers disappear down here, right? These market buyers disappear, we go into distribution. Till then, buy a dip, sell a rip. You're welcome, Beartown Sheriff. I got you, brother. Yeah, man. So like, on just on a larger time frame, that 4:30, man. It's likely on the menu. If let's say we get like market crash news or some shit, we'll know, right? We'll know if those buyers disappear. We know those two levels down below, right? That 404, 405. And I'll show you something else too, bro. So this is on the crash stuff. So if we get market crash, or you want to like short the S&P 500 and make bank, what are you looking for in here? That's the big question, right? Like what am I looking for as a bear? It's fairly let's see here. Put that where is that? EMA right there. You can see it right you can see it right back here. If there's a bloodletting, if this moment, look at that moment right here. If we're here right now, what can you take from that? If we're here right now and we begin to roll, what are you looking for? You're looking for this white line on a daily chart to roll back under. And you're looking for price to get under here and confirm the move is lower. And it's not like the first one roll over. It's not the first roll over. Like that one you can even let pass. You just like, fuck it, I don't care about that one. I'm just looking to enter short on this 404. Right? Wait for that one breath and you grab it. Put a stop above it. And you grab that second leg down. I'm looking for that. I'm looking for that. That's what my eyes are on every day. I'm like, if the fucking price goes down, that fucking white line goes down right that red line, it's on like Donkey Kong. And we're selling the fuck out of this market. You want to see 3,600 and 3,300 and fucking 2,800? That's where it's at right there. Right fucking there. We'll sell this to the depths of hell together, I promise you. Assure you of that. I can't wait. Like I can smell it. It's like a ton of money. I'm like, fucking shit, we'll be rich. It'll be good. You short this over here. You don't short this right here. Dip buying, sell the rip. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Like that 404 somewhere in there is like this magical place. Like, get down below that 404, one last breath of fresh air. I'm going to save it in my bull. Then slam. You know, it's right below this 417, right? Like you smash down to that 404, you see that one quick rip higher. And they're done, dude. Bulls are fucking done. Otherwise, right now, buy a dip, sell a rip, buy a dip, sell a rip. Take the money. If you sold this right now, if you sold this right here, you're taking profit. You know where the buyers are. They're right here. They're sneaking around 418.25. You know there's buyers on this hourly trigger, 418.68. You know they're where the buyers are hiding out. You know they're down there. I'm down there waiting for you. Sell it, make some money. See if they're there. If the buyers disappear here, you know we're going down to check these next numbers, right? 418.26, 417.36. It's a nice trade in there. So I guess if you're a bear, what are you looking for down here? You know that true range is 417.36, right? So smart money bulls are down here. Smart money bulls, smart money, dip buyers, buy the fucking dip buyers. This is like the weak money right here, right? That's me. So they're probably sneaking around up here. We know if price is above the 5-minute that we're bullish. Where do I want to enter this trade? I want to buy it at 417.34. I want to buy it at 418.04. That's where I want to buy it. I want to buy this one down here. Send it down to me. Send it on down to Captain Jim's poor used car lot down here. Please send it down to me. So you can buy some cheap-ass calls again. We already tagged this one. All right, before I delete it, I want to delete it because I already tagged it. Where's the next reversal for bears? Way down here. I got this one right here. To the downside, bears have it down here at 415.56. More, they want that so bad. These bears want that 415, don't they? Bears are like, give me that 415 cap. Give me that turnaround Tuesday. Give me that vol Tuesday. Send it down to 414, Captain. Give me that vol Tuesday. Bears like, ooh. Send it to 414, Cap. The bears are like, we already tagged the lows before. Let's get 415. You guys can take it over. I'll tell you it's going to 400. It really isn't. I just want to get to 414. You can jump back in, take it up to 422. Then we'll make it go all the way to back down to 410. Let's do it. Let's get some volatility. Let's start slamming some of these pivots. Yeah, I expect tomorrow to be red too. I'm expecting 415 tomorrow. I'm expecting turnaround Tuesday. For the Bears. Go Bears! 415. Bear plane on the spy. Take 40 points off so I can buy another dip. Give me turnaround Tuesday for the Bears. Give them something. Throw them a bone. Give them hope. Let's look back at that other channel. Let's see that channel and see where it is tomorrow. So we talked about this channel on Friday. Remember that channel we were talking about on Friday? It's right up here. I'll make it thick for just a few minutes. Big and fat. See it right there? This one. That tick strike above. What can we kind of deduce from this? Kinda. Yeah, it's kind of in there, isn't it? Kind of matches up to the one above it, right? Few days of consolidation. Ooh. There's a 4:15 for tomorrow. Ooh. Oh, 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 oh. Ooh. Ping pong, pong, ping pong. Ooh. 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 Oh. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, a little bit of blood in there. Ooh. Ooh. Get that little dip buy down there. It was a little bit higher than we expected, but did get that one up there. Licking my chops. Ooh, blood into the bell right now. Doom and gloom. Debt ceiling crisis. Ooh. Debt ceiling crisis at standstill. Wake up tomorrow morning at 9:30. Debt ceiling talks back on. Bounce off 416. A deal was made at the last minute. Debt ceiling talks going horrible. Debt ceiling talks going great. Debt ceiling talks going horrible. Can I elaborate? Yeah, I believe in 1917. I try to keep things simple around here, but I believe, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, I believe in 1917, the United States voted in debt ceiling laws, right, for us to vote on. We are only one of a few countries in the world that actually have a debt ceiling that we have to vote on. This is for voting on paying previous bills we committed to. Right? We take on debt. I'm going to go buy a refrigerator and I'm going to put it on a credit card. And then what we do is we go back and we have a meeting. Hey, honey, we have a credit card debt on a refrigerator we bought last year. Do you want to pay it? And my wife says to me, fuck that. We ain't paying for that. And I go, what do you mean we're not going to pay for it? And the reality is she's like, well, we're going to pay for it, but not unless you go mow the lawn for me. And I go, wait a minute, we already made the decision on buying the refrigerator. She's like, yeah, but you didn't mow the lawn. And I'm like, yeah, but you'd already made the decision to buy the refrigerator. If we don't pay it, we're fucked. She goes, well, I need you to mow the lawn for me. Right? And you're like, I don't want to mow the lawn.
207
I
million.
want to hire someone to mow the lawn for me. And my wife is like, we're not hiring anybody to mow the lawn. You're going to do it yourself and pull your bootstraps up. And I'm like, nah, fuck you. We're getting a lawnmower. We're going to get somebody to mow it. She's like, well, then I ain't paying for the refrigerator that we bought. And then, of course, I'm like, all right, I'll mow the lawn, but you need to now buy me, I don't know, a second Tesla. And she's like, well, I don't want to buy you a second Tesla. And I'm like, well, I'm mowing the lawn for you. I didn't hire a lawnmower. She's like, no, we're not doing that. And I'm like, all right, so we're at a standstill now. You know what? Fuck paying for the refrigerator. I'm going to go sit in the corner and sulk. Does that make sense? So we don't pay for the refrigerator. And what's the place where you rent a center comes and they pull the refrigerator out of the house. And they're like, fuck you, and you're not keeping this refrigerator. And my wife and I stare at each other and spite each other, right? Because neither of us got our way. Now, while that's happening, our kids are watching, let's say our children are watching us fight over this, and we're in the living room or the kitchen or the den or the back deck, or we're in our kids' bedroom, and our kids are like, why are they fighting about this stuff? And I go, well, I got to look good to my daughter. And my wife's like, well, my other daughter loves me, so we got to look good. So we're going to keep fighting, and we're going to tell our children, that's you, the voter, daddy's better than mommy, and mommy's better than daddy, right? And so now I'm winning what I want to get, right? I want that. I don't mind mowing the lawn if I'm just gonna get a Tesla, right? I'm like, fuck it, I'll mow the lawn. I get a Tesla, and right along with that, I know that one of my daughters at least loves me more than she loves my wife. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm doing. Will the refrigerator get paid for? Fuck yeah, it's getting paid for. Right? And am I getting my new Tesla? Fuck yeah, I'm getting my new Tesla. I gotta fucking mow the lawn. And I get my daughter on my team now. Does that make sense? It all gets resolved in a week or two. And then we go upon our business. We now have a refrigerator that we agreed to pay for. We have now taken on new debt for the Tesla. I have a voter behind me that's going to vote for me in the next election. And meanwhile, had that refrigerator not gotten paid for, we wouldn't be feeding our kids. We'd be without a refrigerator. We'd be destroying our credit, and we'd be doing real damage to our family, right? Does that make sense? So that's what we're doing. Did that simplify it? That's right. Warm beer. We're dealing with warm beer here. So that's what the U.S. is doing right now. So we use it for political posturing. We don't use it to destroy our family, do we? We use it for political posturing. Right on, right on. Now, there are people that want to do away with that, right? There are people out there that are like, you know what we'll do? We'll make an agreement, which we already did. That's the key here. You're like, we don't want to raise the debt ceiling. It's like, this is past bills. It's not that they don't want to raise the debt ceiling a second time. It's that they want to renegotiate. It's a key point here. It's renegotiating your position. It's having the ability to renegotiate your position. Very critical that you understand that this is a time, this is a second chance to renegotiate. Second chance to get a Tesla, even if I have to mow the lawn, right? So we already had the argument about buying the refrigerator. Now I get another Tesla. Yeah, your wife continues to blame you. I continue to blame my wife. I'm like, do you see that, daughter number 2? Your mom is always wrong. And my wife grabs my other daughter and says, do you see that, daughter number 1? Your dad is always wrong. Fuck that guy. I can't say that about my wife because she's awesome, but you know, political theater. It's what it is. And meanwhile, what do we deal with? Like we're the kids, right? I'm the kid, you're the kid, and we're like, they're fucking crazy. My dad thinks that I think he's the best. My mom thinks I think she's the best. And we're kind of just left there as voters and as citizens going, what in the fuck are these people doing? They're crazy. Did you ever look at your own parents growing up and you're like, what are you, like, my parents were insane, right? Some of the shit that they would say or do, right? Or they don't show you. They do it quietly in a background. Or they take it out on you as a kid, right? So different kids have different parents, experience different things with their parents. My parents never fought. They probably did it behind a closed door, right? Or maybe they just never did fight. Our government is dysfunctional. Yeah, we are. We are. Market merchants saying great analogy, but I would add we are opening a new credit card to paying the previous credit card, which used to buy the refrigerator. I agree with that. We are doing that. I agree that we are doing that. But that's what happens in your own family too, right? You guys can't tell me you don't go out there and get a second mortgage. I know you do, right? We have second, third mortgages. You guys refinance loans, right? You guys refinance student loans. You guys have emergencies come in your life, right? And this is a good point that Market Merchant is making. So we have things that arise, right? So you're like, hey, I'm paying $1 for eggs. Now eggs are $10, right? So you come back in, so time passes and you go, hey, guess what? We used to have $100 to pay for that refrigerator every month, right? We had $100. Where's that $100 going 5 years later? Well, you know, COVID happened. You know, whether you believe it happened or not doesn't matter. What matters is COVID happened. And now eggs are $10. How are we going to pay for that refrigerator? It was $100 before, and I'm taking 20 of that dollars and spending it on eggs, or I'm spending it on this or that. How do I go back to pay for that $100? What does your wife say to you? I'll tell you what my wife says to me. She says to me, you have to make more money, right? Or we have to pay it. We don't have a choice. Or we have to go without eggs, right? So if they tell you, if your parents say, well, or if your parents like, well, fuck it, we're not getting eggs. Who do you think suffers on not having eggs? It's not them. It's not your parents. You probably do as the child, right? Your dad's not going to go without, and your mom, especially if they're dysfunctional. You ever see dysfunctional parents? When you see them, they're ruthless, right? They drive a nice car. You go to the house, and it's like squalor, right? Like, you know, it's when you see bad parents out there, you can kind of figure it out, right? You're like, that's a bad parent over there. Kids suffer. You're the kid. They don't suffer. They make sure that they're taken care of. It's like dysfunctional parents, crazy parents, parents that do drugs, all that kind of, like, you know what I mean? Like they're like crackheads or, you know, bad shit that people do. I see it. I live in Detroit. You see it sometimes, and you're like, yeah, it sucks. Like that person's kids are probably not getting what they're supposed to get. So, you know, we're in the similar situation, right? Yeah, refi to 5.5%. Agreed. That's the eggs argument, right? The non-vegan. Okay, so what's my take for tomorrow? It is now 3:39 in the afternoon right now. I think that we have weakness into tomorrow. That's what I think happens. We're coming into the hourly trigger right now. I think we have weakness into tomorrow. I'm looking for a dip to buy at like 416. Somewhere down in there is where I'm trying to buy something down here tomorrow, if possible. You might ask me, am I trying to buy this hourly trigger into tomorrow and the possibility of a debt deal? There could be a trade there for tomorrow. For me, I have no interest in it. I got none. I think that this market could blast. We could get a deal after the close today, and we go to the moon. It's not a sure thing for me. I know a sure thing for me is this, though. I know a sure thing tomorrow is probably 416, and I know a sure thing for me is probably above 420. Other than that, I got no business buying this for tomorrow. I got none. Not with this bullshit news thing that they're doing. So if we trade above this 420, I'll take this trade. I am interested in us having a down day tomorrow on Tuesday. Let me go check IWM right here and see what they're saying. Let me see if IWM is telling a different story here. Yeah, I want to see IWM cool down a little bit. I want to see IWM come back down here and trade to 177-ish. I expect some weakness into tomorrow's open. That's my expectation. Unless we get something I don't know. You guys out there can't be holding me to like, oh, but the debt ceiling passed at 4:30 on Monday. You were wrong. None of that kind of shit. We went to 4:30 by open. I don't want to hear that shit. No debt ceiling news. Weakness tomorrow. Waiting for IWM to have its hourly trigger come on up and give some support to try to break above its weekly. That's my take on tomorrow. What do you guys think of that out there? Tell me in the chat. Nothing in the chat. I don't see shit in the chat. Everybody's like, okay, whatever. I got my jam for tomorrow. I'm gonna close the laptop and I'm gonna go outside and play golf. Road's like, man, I'm going to play golf. Yeah, you know they'll pass it. I agree. I think they pass it too. I think until then, it's just bullshit. Trade the market that's in front of you. Have a nice little bear plane here into this bell here. See if we can get down to 416 down to R or S2 tomorrow. Sunday never ends, saying tomorrow is an office working day. Hope it dumps all morning and turns just as I get into the train and take my seat. I agree with you. I think turnaround Tuesday is like our nice little volatility day. Possibly Wednesday as well. I'd like to see the vol come in. So my thesis here is like, you see all the doom into the minutes, and then once we hit the minutes, they're going to say something stupid like we're pausing. And the market's going to go, whoosh. Yeah, McCarthy's saying they have an agreement. He thinks majority. I saw that on Financial Juice. You got Jamie Dimon stepping in, trying to stir the shit pot for volatility. See, Jamie Dimon just came out and he goes, everybody should prepare for higher rates from here. You gotta love Diamond's like, I'm just gonna go out there and make a statement. Doom. What we got down there? Let me look at June 23rd for tomorrow. Oh, we got 174,000 calls for tomorrow. What did I say? 415s? Those are only 25 cents. Four 16s. I'm gonna look at some puts for tomorrow. See if we can catch a good price. I don't know if I'll catch the good price on them, but I'm going to look for some price action here. And grab some kind of puts up here for tomorrow. Hack the Planet saying, same as today, overnight puts get closed the bell. Squeeze up to 419-ish, reject and trade to gamma exposure at 415. I agree with you, Hack the Planet. They haven't even really pillow fought so far. Yeah, I'm looking for turnaround Tuesday to the downside. $346. We're gonna get some puts up here. This is how I like. I always get caught. Like I missed the train on this one. But I'm always looking for like that squeeze higher to the bell, and then bam, take that one way down into tomorrow right in there. So that's what I'm looking for right there. Sometimes I miss the train on these. Jamie Dimon's in his office right now, like full port short. Got an early MOC imbalance, 175 million to the sell side. I'm starting to put position for tomorrow right now. I just added some, so I'm starting to build a position on the downside for tomorrow. If debt deal is done, I think market will sell, aka by the rumors sell the news. McCarthy says they have an agreement. He thinks the majority of GOP will pass, but he says they have to wait for Biden GOP. So he still has to take it to the GOP, and they will review. When Biden comes back from G7, wherever that is, they will renegotiate my honest opinion. Hey, Cap, I missed you today. Look forward to making bank this week. Thanks. Take care of that family. Yeah, that's the plan today. I got a bunch of 416s. Small, well, I shouldn't say a bunch. Building a position here. We'll try to get, hopefully we can get a down day this week. I want to see IWM cool off a little tiny bit. Just a little tiny bit. There is one thing here. We might get the, you know what I might do here? If we go down into the bell here, I'll probably close them out. We can go down to this bell. If we don't go down into the bell, I'm afraid of IWM catching a bid in the overnight. This is kind of like we're in this situation here this next few minutes or so where it does matter. The hourly is just coming up right now for IWM. So IWM could actually squeeze, or the rut could squeeze by the open tomorrow. If you're a futures trader, there's likely going to be some action in the overnight. If you're trading Globex, there's likely going to be some pretty good action in the overnight, up or down. So tonight's futures market, look for some action. Oh yeah, making some money. Yeah, tonight's market should be good. And if I see anything, I'll try to post it on FinTwit. I'll probably stay awake for this one. We can, after the bell here, we'll talk about it. I'm just looking at IWM right now. Let me look at RTY.
So we're looking now to the market on close imbalance, currently sitting around 420 million to the buy side, just waiting for those final orders.
Like RTY's got like a pullback in front of it to like
Market on close imbalance
1789.
million to the buy side.
But then there's a rip facer off for RTY as well down there to break through its weekly. So there's like a trap in here, like a bear trap.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike.
I don't know if it happens in the overnight or this morning, but there's something in there.
Forex and stock instruments. Get a free trial.
So the hourly is telling a different story than having a down day tomorrow. So we'll see. Yeah, there's some kind of like wild. I'll issue you this warning. There's like some kind of a wild, like, I was thinking that tomorrow we could have like the downtime in cash market. They might speed it up is my point. You could get some overnight action, like a low and then a high by open. So if you're trading futures, there's a trade either to the down, like a major downside trade, or like a nice move down in the overnight, early overnight, and then a nice dip buy for the before open tomorrow. There'll be a lot of action in tomorrow's open. I'm looking at RTY right now for that. Oh, fuck yeah, print it up, bitch. Fucking print it. Print it. Get all weak. Come on, show me more money than that. These fucking puts never print, man. Like, here's 10 cents. I'm like, I don't want fucking 10 cents. I want like fucking 300 cents. Yeah, it's a disaster, man. So give me that like 30-point rain of death down on this bell. Just like rains. Oh, fuck me, dude. Give me the murder algo all the way into the bell. What are you doing? I fucking hate this shit. I fucking hate puts. Fucking puts suck, man. Give me some blood. Look at that support right there. God, it's so gross. You guys see this right now? Gross. This is support step. This is demand stepping in right now. I gotta give you guys, if you're a bear, I gotta tell you something. I have mad respect for you if you're a bear out there. It ain't easy being a bear. It's easier being a bear in futures. But as like a cash market bear, that shit sucks. It doesn't suck, it's just hard. Yeah, look at the buy algo just stepping in. Ah, shit. In my mind, I'm trying to think to myself. I'm like, I'm like, what is the price once we open in cash market? I'm like, I don't care if we go down in the overnight. Are they going to rob bears on the open tomorrow? This could be one of those situations where, like, if you're a cash market bear, it'll be like, no, 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 stay down, stay down. And then at like 6 a.m., you get the ramp. God, you might want to stay flatter. I don't know. Futures is where it's at tonight. Futures is going to be where game on. The gladiators are coming out to trade tonight. I'm probably going to have to trade futures. I have a feeling that the pajama traders are stretching. Parked bus aliens. When London comes in overnight, yeah, that's David AMS. All these London guys are like, all these Euro guys are like, well, did we sell or buy futures? We'll take the opposite side of the trade. It works 90% of the time. Yeah, look at Spy, dude, finishing flat on the day. Yeah, dead flat close, man. All right, that's all I've got for you. It's now 4:00. I don't know what to say for you tomorrow, man. I don't know. Like, I'm watching right now IWM and RTY, and I'm like, oof. Maybe I'll show you guys this right now. Just be careful out there in the overnight.
So seeing the US Treasury stating their cash balance as of Friday was $60.66 billion versus $57.34 billion on Thursday.
This is RTY right now. Duolingo with a sell. What I don't like right here for bears is this down here. Now, can we sell the overnight? Yeah, but I'm looking at this velocity on RTY right now, and I'm looking at this hourly. It's the strength of the, or the coming into strength on the hourly. You know, it looks like you get that down move right now in RTY. And this comes right up right here. And you get this move, man, to the upside, and it'll be violent. Just see if we can get a better number here. Careful of this, like, you want to see a break, man.
From a statement, U.S. House Speaker McCarthy is to
You're a bear out there, right? And you're watching, like, you want to see price on RTY get underneath this 1792.
At 5:30 p.m.
You really need that, dudes.
McCarthy is going to be doing a presser now. That's after this at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, dude. Be super fucking careful out there. Super fucking careful. Now getting a presser after 7:45. Be hella careful out there tonight. Do you guys want me to leave on? Before I hang up the stream here, do you guys want me to leave? I could leave the stream up if you really wanted me to. I could leave an ES stream up or an RTY stream up until 9 o'clock. With this up right now until that time. Do you guys want this open? If this helps you or something like that, are you a Globex futures trader or anything like that? Or do you want me to just drop in on Twitter? You're going to get some moves after the bell today. I guarantee it. Let me know. Yeah, you want ES up? Yeah, let me see. No, I got to try to keep this up for you. Yeah. How about this? Fuck me, man. Dude, like, I got to get rest. Like, I know this is going to be a wild fucking night. I'm going to guarantee you it's going to be a wild fucking night in futures. Guaranteed. Not guaranteed. Pretty guaranteed, though. It's going to be a wild night. Maybe I put it inside of maybe I put the stream inside of Discord, so it's not public. Let me see if I can put it inside of Discord. I mean, look at them, dude. They're setting this shit up to fuck people. I'm watching this in the background right now. I'm considering putting on a strangle right now. They are straight setting this up for tomorrow, man. Yeah, let me see. How about this? If I live stream futures, I'm gonna turn off the stream for right now and try to do a new stream. I'm either gonna do it inside the Discord or I'll just do a public one. You guys can at least watch this stuff in the background and keep it on your keep it on for yourselves to watch it. It's like the futures can go either way right now. It's gonna be something worth watching here. I'm gonna turn the stream off. Whatever I do, I'll post something on FinTwit. Oh yeah, I think I have to buy like something for the Discord, like a boost or something, and then I can do I can actual live stream in a Discord. Let me see what I can do. Give me like an hour. I gotta take a break. I gotta get a whiskey.